Hey everybody, welcome back to the Fish Tank. Great to have you here. It is tournament time. Night's Duel number 32. 1v1 tournament. So this should be fun. Now we go through a little bit of admin to start with, just to bring you up to date with the rules and banned cards and stuff like that. I think I'm going to be casting on my own today. I think FDM's in an alcohol-induced coma somewhere. But we'll see if he arrives at some point. Okay, so 1v1 tournament, $400 prize pool. We will have... I think we're going to have 4 Swiss rounds where the players will play against each other depending on their record today. And then we'll have a top 4. So we'll be best of 3 to start with, and then we'll go to best of 5 and conquest rules, which means you can't play a master once you've won with that master, and that will start at the best of 5 stage. So, let's talk about the banned cards, or potentially the unbanned cards. So remember, we always have season cards banned. So in the last tournament, Tronvir was banned, and Storm Tamer were banned. Now, we're into a new season with this event, so the current season cards are banned, which is the Resonating Construct and the Spire Stag. Probably wouldn't see too much of those, but the interesting thing is that last season's banned cards are now unbanned, so that means Tronvir is going to be available and the Storm Tamer is going to be available. So I'm really interested to see if people play Tronvir, if people ban Tronvir, and if they do play them, what kind of success are people going to get from him? Because remember, when Tronvir was first launched with 2.0, he was very, very strong. If you saw my last meta video, you will have noticed a huge dominance of him in the leaderboards. Then he got a little bit of a nerf, and I think that reined him in a little bit. A lot of people still think he's too strong. The devs are saying that the stats on his win rate and stuff are not really showing he's too strong, so we may see some additional balanced for him. He might not need a nerf, he might just need a rebalance. I feel like the fact you can play stuff on the other side of the field is a little bit too aggressive, a little bit too strong. So perhaps they will need to stop him from doing that, and maybe give him a little bit of a buff somewhere else to kind of make up for it. Right, as always, we're going to have a 3-minute delay. So that means if you type in the chat and I'll respond to you, it will occur 3 minutes later. Obviously, we do that to keep things above board with no sort of stream sniping or anything like that. So that should be good. Okay, let's just do a couple of things. Let's just post some announcements. Now, I was disappointed that we didn't get the current hotfix for this event. It was supposed to be at the end of last week, but it got delayed. Should be out on Monday, which is great, but unfortunately not for this event. And the one thing that was included in that hotfix that I was really looking forward to was the fact that it would now order your friends list in some kind of sensible order. So that would have really helped me, because I've got a big friend list from all the tournament people, and sometimes it's difficult to find people in a timely manner. But unfortunately, we don't have that here. But maybe for the next one. Right, so we talked about the banned cards and the unbanned cards. Tronvir is going to be available. Be interesting to see if he's played, how well he does, if he does play. We also have some some bugged cards that are banned, and some warning cards. Now, unfortunately, because there's like a lot of things that the devs have got to fix, sort of critical things with the game, then the gameplay bugs, which are normally quite quick to be fixed, are taking a while to get through, which is kind of frustrating. So because of those bugs, we have to, in certain cases, we have to ban them. So the Prowler and the Musketeer are still bugged, where if their target that they're kind of jumping to or riposte into dies, they just zoom across the map at 1,000 miles an hour. That means that they can't be played, unfortunately. The Musketeer one's pretty straightforward. The Prowler one, of course, the Prowler's available in lots of different different variants or from different sources. So all of those have got to be banned. So Prowler, Cage Prowler, Rabid Prowler, which could be getting a balance change, and Slithering Summons as well. We've also got a Rocket Scrat's banned. There are occasions where the Rocket Scrat can land on a bridge and then it disappears, but it's still there. So it just takes the bridge, and if you don't have like an AoE spell or something, you just can't get rid of it. Unholy Ground sometimes keeps units locked down, so that's been banned. And there's a very kind of niche bug with Stormy. If Stormy gets hypnotized, whether that's from Hypnotize or from the Coax the Diplomancer, then the game will just crash. So those cards are out. We also have some warnings, which are cards that are not working properly, but just use them at your own risk. Really, a card that gets a warning is a card that's bugged in a way that's a negative for the player playing it. So if they want to play it, then they just have to accept it. So things like Wrecked, if you do the jump with the one-punch blast in your hand, you lose it. Bara, his damage stops when he dies, which he didn't used to do, and we're not 100% sure if that's kind of a bug or a change, but it's not correct. Same with Fire Imp. Cards with ability cards, you can sometimes get the ability card stuck in your hand, so if you're going to play that, then beware. And the Future Past and Future Present, you can use them, but it might give you an adventuring party that'll stick in your hand forever, or you won't be able to get rid of it. Right, okay. So those are the cards that can and can't be played, or the cards that you need to be aware of. So remember, the players also have the ban powers, so they can ban a master and 3 cards to prevent their opponent from playing those, and their opponent has that ban power back towards them. So it'll be interesting to see if we see Tromvir getting banned a lot, if people play him a lot, or if they're not comfortable playing him in a tournament format. Right. Now, is there anything else I need to go through? Oh yeah, who's here today? Now, I know with all the 2.0 disappointments so far, even though things are getting better, the player base for Minion Masters has shrunk a little bit. Hopefully we can get that back in the future. So we may see less people in these events. But let's have a quick look at who is here. Get my screen set up so you can see it. Okay, so we've got some new names here and some existing names. Remember from the last tournament, Darkcrow was the final winner. I'm not sure why I said final winner there, but that's kind of weird. And Set was the runner-up. They're both here. We've got Chief. He did well in the last event, I think. Backshot Deputy is a newer player. WESTLIN, obviously a very good player, very long-term member of the community as well. Non-existent seems like a newer player. Ficus, again, long-term player. Seen him in a lot of events. Sit Still, newer player. Destroy 666. We've seen him a lot, of course, doing pretty well in most of these events. Loading Hacks, I think that's a newer player. SENTERA as well. Okay, so we have some new names and some old names. Remember, we're going to have Swiss rounds to start with, so the players will play each other, and then as we go through the rounds, players with a similar record will play each other. So winners will play winners, losers play losers, and so on and so forth until we get a top 4 after 4 rounds, I think. And then we'll go to best of 5, where we have the conquest rules, where if you've won with a master, you can't play that master anymore. Right, okay. So I think that's pretty much all that I need to tell you, so you kind of know what's going on today. Thanks for joining us here. Fabinho says, are you playing or spectating? We're spectating. Hachi, how are you doing? Thanks for everyone joining here. As a reminder, we are on a 3-minute, 180-second delay, so talking with the chat is going to be a little bit weird as always, but we'll make it work. Right, so we're just going to decide where we're going for our first match, and then we'll get our bans, and then we'll get some gameplay going. The first round can be a little bit sketchy, especially if we have newer players, because they're not necessarily exactly sure where they should be and what they should be doing. But we'll figure it out. Just getting confirmation of which match we're going to watch first. As always, you can follow the action along from home bracket-wise. So if you want to follow your favourite player or see what's going on in other matches that we aren't covering directly at that moment, then you can do so. Remember, we are on 3-minute delay, so please try not to come in with any spoilers. That's normally something for the players. The players normally mess that up, not anyone else. Right, we're just going to figure out the first match, and then we can take our next step forward. Okay, so here's our bans page. So remember, each player for each match gets to ban 1 master and 3 cards. That prevents their opponent from playing those, and their opponent has the ban power back towards them. Generally, the bans are done in private, so nobody gets the opportunity to respond to their opponent's bans. But let's see. Okay, so it looks like we're going to go for Duck WESTLIN to start with. Now, WESTLIN's against NONEXISTANT. So, the players, of course, are asked to friend me in the game so that I can find them easily. So that's normally the sticking point with newer players, and when they get their matches on the big screen. Now remember, the way 2.0 works is you need to be in-game friends, not just Steam friends. Oh yeah, the other thing is, I don't know if we have any Xbox players here, because with 2.0 we have cross-platform now, so you can create a lobby, play with or against people on whatever platforms are available, which of course currently are PC and Xbox. I don't know if it's possible to tell. Oh yeah, so if you look at a friend on your friends list, it tells you which platform they're on. But apart from that, it should be completely transparent, right? Jungle Jumble is not banned because, okay, so, you know, we could, with the Stormy issue, we could ban, you know, you could just go to the nth degree and ban every possible source of Stormy, right? But the chances of getting Stormy from a random card like Jungle Jumble, Future Present, Walk-in Blind Date, something like that. Okay, so you've got, that's a less chance than just the regular Stormy, right? And then you've got to have that Stormy exist in a match where your opponent has a way to hypnotize it. So again, you know, the chances are that's fairly limited. So I don't like banning things unless we really, really have to. And unfortunately at the moment there is the need to ban a number of different things. But we try to keep the ban list to a minimum where possible. And if necessary, we just warn the players. Depending on how the bug works. Because, you know, there's some bugs that are beneficial to the person that plays the card, and then there's some bugs that are detrimental to that person. Now, the ones where it's a positive, those are the ones where you really got to keep that under control. Because that's not really fair, right? But if it's a negative, then it's kind of down to the player's choice, right? If they want to play a card that might backfire, then that's up to them, ultimately. But we try to warn them just to keep them so they know what's going on. Okay. So it looks like we might just have a little delay because we've got a newer player to start in this first round. So they just need to know exactly where they are, what they're doing, and what their expectations are. But let's see if we can get everything up from our side set up. Right, so spectating Duck WESTLIN, spectating NONEXISTANT, looks good. Now, one thing I've been working on behind the scenes is this month's meta video. It's a little bit late, but the offshoot of that is we get even more data to draw our conclusions from. So if you don't know, basically what I do is, because unfortunately there's not a way to get cold hard data from the devs in the form of cards play rate, cards win rate, masters, stuff like that. So the best we can do is to use the leaderboards as a guide. And, you know, we make the assumption that if things are on the leaderboard, then they're good. If things are on the leaderboard a lot, then they're probably very good. And if they're on the leaderboard high up, they're also probably very good. So what I do every day or a couple of times a day, I scrape the leaderboard. I've made an automated process for this. So it scrapes the leaderboard and we've got a great big spreadsheet. And then at some point during the month, which will be quite soon, is I'll put a presentation so we can see what is strong with regards to masters and cards and stuff like that. And we can also compare it to last month as well to see what's kind of changed based on the balances. And so look out for that. That'll be on my YouTube channel soon. So make sure you drop me a subscription there if you want to keep up to date and get notification regarding that. We do that every month, and that's it's quite an undertaking from my side of things, but it's quite interesting, and you guys seem to enjoy it, so I'm more than happy to put that together. But yeah, it'd be interesting to see where Tromvir is on that compared to where he was last season, because he was very, very dominant last season. And we're only live. We tried previously being live on YouTube and Steam as well at the same time. I didn't really get too much positive feedback from being on those other channels at the same time, and it did cost me to put that into place. So we're only live on Twitch now, and the VOD will be up tomorrow on YouTube. See, the Rocket Scrat, I feel like it's based on what I heard. I don't know if I would ban it, but then I played against it and I got the bug and I couldn't. It was against Deadshot. I remember now. It was against Deadshot. He had a Rocket Scrat on the bridge that I couldn't take. He had a bridge shrine. It was a nightmare. And that made me think, hold on. If this happens in a tournament, this is going to be a real pain in the arse. And that's where we ended up. Right. So, Duck WESTLIN. Are we going to see Shield Commander Azali? I think that's her name. Probably. A lot of people would ban Azali against her. Against him, sorry. But if Non-Existent is a newer player, he might not know the WESTLIN lore. So he might not be aware of that. And that's one of those decks that can just spiral out of control and end the game immediately. So we'll see if he goes with that. Okay, looks like we're getting our bans in. Check the screen. WESTLIN, Non-Existent. Okay, so our first bans of the day. Let's have a look. So WESTLIN is going to ban Apep, Bounce Reflingers, Hypnotize, and Caber Tosser. Hypnotize is a good tool against the Azali strat because you can just make stuff on the bridge kill all the things. And Non-Existent has banned Mordar, Stixie, Bara, and Ruby. Siege Imperator Ruby. Now, from us experienced players, we can look at these bans and you can see which is the newer player, because whilst the bans aren't terrible, there are a lot of better things. Like, you wouldn't generally ban Mordar in a solos match because Mordar is definitely not one of the strongest masters. Stixie you're not likely to see. Same with Bara and Ruby. I don't know. I haven't seen too much Ruby. So, whereas we see Apep being banned, one of the strongest masters. Bounce Reflingers, very strong strat with the Growth Burst Shroom, even though the Shroom got nerfed. Hypnotize, pretty strong in the meta because a lot of heavy units can start wailing away on each other. and Caber-Tosser, which is everywhere in the meta. Right. Right, let's just make sure we've got set up here, Non-Existent and Duck WESTLIN. So it looks like we're almost ready to go here. Our first game of the day. So let's see what strat WESTLIN brings out. Let's see if Non-Existent has the decks and the ability to deal with this. Always good to see newer players come into the tournament. There's a lot for them to learn, though. So things like the ban powers and utilizing the ban powers appropriately, that's something that newer players definitely struggle with to start with. Because there's a lot of cards that new players will struggle desperately against. But at the top level, they really are quite easy to play around. So, for example, a new player just loses their mind and screams pay to win when they come up against a Colossus. But a Colossus, when you know how to handle it, keep it pointing away, use range and stuns and whatever CC you've got, play around it, is really not that big of a deal at the top level and not a card you'll see too much. And that's what makes it difficult for the devs to keep the game perfectly balanced, or makes perfect balance impossible, because some things in the hands of good players are very, very strong, but then lower down in the ranks they're very, very weak. And like, how do you balance something like that if it has a complete power difference depending on the level that it's being played at? Blood Imps, for example. Right, we're loading into our first game of the day. This is going to be WESTLIN against Non-Existent.
Minion Masters!
Okay, Diona against Morelia.
Commence throwing creatures at each other.
Now, as always, we'll have our dual deck technology. Something doesn't look right with that. Okay, I might need to fix that. Let's just go back to this to start with. We'll fix that in a minute. Okay, WESTLIN playing Once Bitten, which isn't a card we see too often. Once Bitten. Oh, Thelic! That's going to be a wolf. Does it get triggered? Yes, it does. It is raged. So it will whirl away for a little bit. Get shut down pretty quickly. Thelic, not a card we see too often.
Red has obtained their first perk.
We've got a statue pushing at the bottom as well.
The first perk.
Thelic getting caught up in the bear trap. That's a little bit frustrating. Good XP at the moment, though, from Non-Existent. Or Arcane Bolt. That's just not good, right? Arcane Bolt is a 5 mana spell, 3/2, I think, to kill a Stun Lancer, where the stun was wearing off anyway. It's just not a good trade, right? You could argue that Stun Lancer is a 2 mana card, right? Since 2 of them are 4. I think a lot of people make the mistake of thinking Arcane Bolt is a 3 mana card. They ignore the mana freeze, so it's really a 5 mana card. If you're not getting 5 mana's worth of value from it, then it's not ideal.
Blue just got the second perk.
Okay, Vuk is out in play. Little trick with the Stun Lancers there. You see, if you play them right on the tower, they actually split. I remember one of the ways they were balanced was to prevent that split from happening. So it's kind of a little cheeky. And again, the Arcane Bolt at the top. It's just not a good trade at all. It's a 2 mana unit for a 5 mana spell. I remember the Stun Lancers only stun for 4 seconds now. So it's not like back in the day where you ended up in an awkward situation where a Stun Lancer could just lock down a big unit forever. It's only 4 seconds, so don't really save too much from it. Like, that Bara was likely to win that trade at the top anyway. It would have been stunned, it would have come out, it would have killed it. Right, XP lead for Duck WESTLIN to start with here. That dragon getting... sorry, that statue. I was thinking of the dragon coming soon with Morelia, but that statue getting absolutely shredded. The bats really do have good DPS. They are a very strong card. For very, very cheap. Right, that wolf's going to come there. And again, the Arcane Bolt. Okay, perk 3 now for WESTLIN. We had a good push from Non-Existent to start with, but that Arcane Bolt seemed like a misplay for me. And now he's got the Breath, but he's not playing in a Curse deck, so that Breath... I'm just not a fan of Breath, especially in solos, right? In duos, maybe. Remember, it does like 175 flat damage now. If you get Ascension, it gives you the skeletons, whereas... I don't know. Just doesn't seem like a good spell for solos. You're not generally going to get that much value from it. Okay, this is probably going to be the beginning of the end here. This is going to be a lot of pressure from these wolves. Okay, there we go. WESTLIN takes the first game. 1-0. Now I need to try to fix the screen a little bit. I checked everything apart from that one thing because I thought that one thing would be fine. It turns out that's the one thing that isn't fine. We'll see if we can get that fixed for you. Okay, so remember this is best of 3. Is first to 2. If you do the maths, I think you'll find that checks out. Right. Right, just give me a second while I fix this. Need both brain cells for this. Okay, let's see if they're going to load into the next game quickly or take a minute to think about what they're going to do. Right. Okay, so it's interesting to see WESTLIN using the wolves so much there. We haven't seen too many wolf-based decks. There was a proposed change to give the wolf from Once Bitten Berserker Rage, but I think that would have been a little bit too strong. Right, we're loading into game 2 now. This best of 3.
Masters of minions and minions of masters, prepare to duel.
Okay. Moment of truth. Did we fix the problem? Quite possibly. Have a look. Right. Not a great start for their non-existent, right? He's going to do some face damage here, but he could have hit face as well with that beam, so that was a little bit of a misplay as well. It's always awkward when your first play doesn't take the bridges, and that's, you know, air units don't take the bridges. I feel like he could have played Ruby to start with, maybe start a push. But he's playing an air-based deck. An Outlander-based deck. So he will have a lot of Outlander air units in there. So what he should do here is build up his mana, get Ruby in the pocket. Okay. Interesting here to see Rendrath. Now he needs to be careful not to go overboard with the tank shots. Tank's going to get shredded here by the Golem, blue Golem. Rendrath, remember, you generally want to tank it on face, something like that. Oh, this Mark, though, is going to pull Rendrath in the pocket. Doesn't get the hit on it, though. Does kill what was trying to defend. Big heal coming through as well. Clear Skies clears Curse, which is interesting with a Rendrath. Okay, that Scritillery felt like a little bit of a panic Scritillery. But a good lead from WESTLIN here, both in terms of XP and HP to start with. You can see he's Wolfing down the bottom here. Does he have a way of shutting this down? Going to take some more face damage from the Prowler. The Nat's tanking some of those hits. Okay, this is going to get triggered into a Wolf. And it's a Raged Wolf on face. And this needs to be dealt with because he's under 1,000 HP. And this is a lot of damage coming out. Beam there. I would much prefer that was some kind of defensive unit. Okay, remember, whatever Rendrath kills will come, or marks will come back after it dies. This is going to be too much here. Big push from WESTLIN. That's really just an example of a very experienced player against a newer player. Both in terms of the decks that they're playing as well as the way that they play those decks. But these are great places for players to learn. Right, so that's a pretty quick round one. WESTLIN stamping his authority all over that one. And WESTLIN not playing WESTLIN-like decks, but one thing about WESTLIN is he tends to play interesting decks. Like Rendrath was pretty unusual in that deck, and I'm surprised I haven't seen too much more Rendrath actually. Thinking about the meta with all the heavy units, Rendrath can get a lot of value if you play it correctly. You know, Rendrath's one of those cards that you need to play defensively, get the value, and then when it goes forward, then it's kind of a coin toss as to whether your opponent deals with it well or not. The reason I don't think it's a top-level card is that its strength really depends on how well your opponent plays around it. If they play into it brainlessly, then it's like OP AF. But if they handle it, tanking it on buildings, tanking it on face, just not letting it get any of that res value, then its impact on the game becomes almost nothing. Right. That was the first game of the day. We had a little bit of a delay with that game starting, so let's see what's going on elsewhere. Remember, there should be a pinned comment on the brackets for the brackets, so that you should be able to follow that along. And then if we look at what we're seeing so far, we've seen Dark Crow beating that Ain't It Chief, Set beating Backshot Deputy, WESTLIN, we're waiting for this match to confirm. Ficker's getting a DQ win against Sit Still, perhaps they didn't turn up, or who knows. Destroy getting a DQ win as well, and SENTERA getting a bye. So a little bit disappointing in the numbers of this event, which kind of, as I said before, reflects the numbers of the that are playing Minion Masters currently. But hopefully we can get another hotfix out on Monday, start getting back to where we were before. Remember, the hotfix on Monday, that should be on Monday, will be reverting draft back to original draft. So no more faction restrictions that a lot of us didn't like. Oh, Cage Prowler, hold on. Okay, that's a good point. Good point, Money. Good point. Okay. Might be back to the drawing board. Let's find out. Yeah, WESTLIN did play the Cage Prowler. Thank you, Money. I always forget to notice those things. But thankfully, Money's here to let us know. Right, let's find out what we're going to do with regards to that. It's kind of funny that WESTLIN played that, because when I first said that it was banned, he queried whether like Slithering Summons or Rabid Prowler or something Rabid Prowler was banned. So he was kind of on the ball with that, but then he ends up playing it himself. Okay, well, let's get to the bottom of it. So that should be a DQ for him with that match, and we should go into game 3. Let's see what's going on. Okay. Let's hopefully we can get this resolved quickly. Yeah, but some things are more OPAF as others, depending on your opponent. He should lose that game, and then they should go 1-1 and go to a decider. Come back in quickly. I want to get this going as quickly as possible, since the way the Swiss works, the next Swiss round can't start until all of the matches are completed, because they depend on the results of the previous matches. Wait, hold on. Just trying to get to the bottom of it. I'm a little bit confused. Okay, this is a little bit confusing. Okay, so apparently what happened, and nobody told me this, the game started late, right? We know the game started late. And the reason it started late was because of one of the players, was because of non-existent. So he actually lost the first game due to taking too long, because, you know, there's a time limit. So he lost the first game. Right. And then WESTLIN won the next game. The first game that we saw. So that should be 2-2. What is going on? Okay, I don't know why that was so difficult, but apparently he lost the first game through a delay, so he was 1-0 down. Then, but nobody told me this, so we started 0-0. Then WESTLIN won the second game, so so that's 2-0, right? That's game over. The third game was, I don't know. Real money! It's real money. Okay, anyway, let's move on. Sinobii deals with that side of things, so I'll let him deal with it. Right. Okay, so we got Dark Crow versus Destroy. Hold on, sorry for that delay. We got to the bottom of it, kind of. But let's just move on. Right, round 2. Dark Crow against Destroy, SENTERA against Set, WESTLIN against Fickers, Loading Hacks against Deputy. That might not happen. I think they both got DQ'd in the last round. Non-existent against That Ain't It, Chief. Right. So, round 2. Destroy against SENTERA. Yeah, not many people in this one, unfortunately. But we know there's less people playing Minions as a whole, so this is just how this is. Right. But hopefully we can fix things. We're going to keep going. We're going to keep Minion Masters alive. I can't do it on my own. I need you guys to help me. Right. So, Dark Crow against Destroy. Let's just get the players here. We'll get the bands. Right. So, Destroy is player 1. So we'll get the bands in for this, and then we'll get underway. Okay, let me have a little look. I need to shut my window. People are outside. So this is where I have to look through long list of people trying to find people to spectate, whereas the hotfix next week should alphabetize this, which should make it a lot easier. It's just this is just like how do you release a game with a friends list that's not ordered at all? Like, how does that get through any kind of decision making or testing? These are the things that really frustrate me. Just really weird, stupid. Right. Get set up here quickly and then we can go. Right, 0-0. Round 2. Still best of 3. Destroy. Dark Crow. Dark Crow, the winner of the last event, of course. Right. Now, Dark Crow's a little bit tricky because he's got one of those usernames. User whatever. Okay. Thankfully, it was on that opening page, so I found him immediately. I'll take that. Right, destroy Dark Crow. Right. Okay, let's have a look at the bans quickly. And we'll get into the game. Let's refresh the bans. Right, so the bans here, we've got Destroy banning Tronvir, the first Tronvir ban. And we're also seeing the Bounce Reflingers, which we'll probably see a lot of bans. Remember the Growth Burst Shroom bonus, the Giant Growth, only 20% now, but still very strong. Zeppelin Bombers, very strong in the meta, despite they got a little bit of a nerf, right? And High Inquisitor Ardera. We know that her pushes are very, very strong. Right, so we also have Dark Crow's bans being Apep, as well as the Bounce Reflingers, Zeppelin Bombers, and Ardera. Okay, so the bans are the same. Let me just double check that to make sure I haven't read the same thing twice. Destroy, Tronvir, Zeppelin, Flinger, Ardera, and Flinger, Zeppelin, Ardera. Yeah, just different master bans. Right. What's up, Gamer J? Good to see you here. Okay, we should be good to go. So, our first Tronvir ban. Haven't seen Tronvir played yet, so it'd be interesting to see if that happens, and if that does happen, how strong it is. Right. Double check that we've got the spectate set up. Yep. We are ready to go. Okay. Dark Crow, reigning champion. Destroy. Generally places pretty well in these events. They should, I assume... Well, I would say they play each other on the ladder a lot, but I'm not 100% sure. Mickey, I know what match you're talking about. We don't want to discuss about that, do we? I think we should forget about that match, Mickey. Because I remember sitting on my hands instead of messaging you. Right. I really do hope that they fix people's usernames soon. It's crazy that it launched with no ability to change usernames. And it's crazy that it's been so long since launch, and there still is no ability to change usernames. So there's a lot of people with user and then a bunch of numbers because they say there was a bug and they didn't get the option to choose their name. But I think they just clicked through the screen because they were so excited to play, and they just got the default username. Right, here we go. Destroy against Dark Crow, best of 3.
And welcome to another exciting round of Minion Masters.
Right. Let's have a look. We've got a Milloween deck from Dark Crow with Kurnath in there. Kurnath's one of those cards that's also kind of a little bit bugged. Doesn't seem to trigger all the time. But it's not a particularly bad bug. Right, Destroy playing Tronvir. We saw the first Tronvir ban. Now we got the first Tronvir play. Let's see how he utilizes the runes and the runic empowerment. So the first rune, this is the orange one, which is the Ancestor one. Right, we've got Dragon's Nest. I feel like there was a bit of a mistake at the top there from Destroy, because he played the Whirly Scrap right on top of the unit, so it took damage during Summoning Sickness. You don't want to do that. You want to play it further away. Let it get through that second of Summoning Sickness, and then activate. With something like the Whirly Scrap, the difference is night and day depending on how you play it. Interesting to see Dragon's Nest. Dragon's Nest, one of the most balanced cards, and I don't mean it's very well balanced. I mean it's had the most, probably the most different balance changes. So many different incarnations of it. And we'll see. It generally is either too weak or disgusting. Let's find out. Tried to save his Doom Cleaver there. Didn't quite work out. Gonna get perk 2 soon, which will have the runic empowerment. The Frost rune should be the next one, but a lot of damage coming out here. The Frost gonna get locked down. Remember the way Tronvir attacks is he does a very strong single target attack, but only once every 6 seconds. So it's very, very slow to clear multi-units. Okay, there's the Taunt Frost rune. Taking aggro. But that's a lot of face damage and lots of XP from Destroy. Both players are playing Rapid Response Reserves, which is kind of interesting because you don't see that as much as you used to. It definitely makes more sense in a deck that benefits from spell synergy like Dark Crow's does. But this is going to be a lot of face damage coming out. Does he survive it? Those whelps, remember they got buffed a little bit recently. They're doing a lot of damage. This looks like it's going to be game 1 to Dark Crow. He does have 5 HP, but one imagines that that's not going to last for too long. And you can see how quick Dark Crow's cycle is. He had the remnants of the previous Dragon's Nest out before the next one, or whilst the next one was there. Okay, so Dark Crow takes the first game there. Interesting to see Dragon's Nest. We didn't see it too often recently, I would say. But he got a lot of value out of that one. And our first Tronvir is a loss for Tronvir. Tronvir, of course, has that very strong power spike at perk 3. But if you don't get to it, then it's kind of irrelevant. So you get the rune, the word stone with all of the things on it. You get your next ground minion has all of the buffs. So that's a big power spike that can sometimes win you games. But not if you're dead. You've got to stay alive for it to happen. You want to claim absolutely everything setting. Yeah, that would be nice. Unfortunately, you do have to manually claim all of the promotion rewards, which gets you a lot of stuff. But the thing is, most people, if you've got a lot of the cards, then a lot of the rewards are not really going to be that interesting to you. But it doesn't take very long to get through it. You only have to do it once. But it is annoying. But it's not the end of the world. But it's just another weird thing that they decided to do. I feel like visually the game looks okay. It's just a little bit overwhelming. Some things are just way too in your face and unnecessarily so. Like the units, when they have giant growth or rage, they don't need to be quite so green or red for me. Some of the spells are a little bit too in your face as well. But I don't think it's too far away from being okay. It's just a little bit too busy. All the visual effects that are too busy make it difficult to see what's kind of going on underneath. Right. Game 2, Darkrow 1-0 up in this best of 3. If he takes this, goes into the next one. He takes the victory.
Masters, get dueling.
Okay. Pulled out my screen, so I've got 3 copies of something open. Right, let's have a look. Destroy playing Mordar. Mordar with snipers, Snipe Door. And we've got another Milloween deck. Remember, no conquest rules restricting that at the moment in this part of the event. And it's an Accursed deck. So Accursed works quite well with Millow because it has a lot of spells. And a Sniper deck is one of those decks where it can really be night or day depending on if you have counters for the snipers or not. They either get no value or tons of value. So we've got to remember, we're going to have things like Harmful Souls from Darkrow. One thing Destroy is going to have to 100% try and do is keep his units spread out. If you clump your snipers together, they're all just going to get murdered by that Harmful Souls. He needs to make sure that that doesn't happen. He's gone full sniper mode here. I love to see it. Sniper Mordor is one of my favourite deck types. Hasn't been very strong for a good while. Remember, Tombstones can revive multiple units now from Mordor. Darkrow will have the missiles, the arcane missiles from perk 2, so Destroy needs to keep in mind about those and try to block those to keep snipers alive if he can. One way to play against the snipers is you kind of want to allow them to get close to you. You want to play as deep as you possibly can, so that once the snipers get close to the bridge, then you know it's difficult for them to get too much value.
Red obtained perk number 2.
Right. XP's about level. Perk 2 for both players. The perk 2 for Mordor, for Destroy, means that anything res from the Tombstone gets Spirit and Haste. And as we mentioned, that's going to be the arcane missiles for Darkrow. It doesn't take a few dozen hours to... You can do it in like 45 minutes. Something's going on here because Destroy stopped playing. Not sure what's going on. Destroy stopped playing. Destroy! Did he disconnect? If he disconnected, there should be a disconnect bot playing for him. But that's not what's happening. So, not entirely sure what happened there. We'll find out. Decisive Trike says makes me cringe how people don't ban Jing, strongest card in solos. Yeah, that's a very good point. I don't know. We very rarely see Jing banned. If you look at my meta videos, Jing is one of the, if not, I think it's like the second most played legendary behind Fergus. Okay, so it looks like Destroy had a banned card. So let's have a look at that. What did he play? Bounceberry Flingers, maybe? Did he play Flingers? He didn't have Zeppelin Bombers, he didn't have Ardera. He had Bounceberry Flingers? I'm really disappointed in that because I love to see Sniper Mordor, and I wanted to see how well it was going to do. He was there at perk 2, they were level on XP. Right, good to see you, Nate. I mean, it's easy to add a button, but you've got a lot of logic behind the button, right? There's a lot going on there. And you've got to test a lot of it as well. So it's not as straightforward as just doing it. But that being said, like something like that affects everyone going from 1.0 to 2.0. So I feel like it feels like it would be worthwhile to do it. Okay. Right. Destroy played Bounceberry Flingers. I always get frustrated with players. I know it's easy to do, but it seems like just keep a list of the banned cards next to you and just double check it as you go in to a match, just to make sure you don't lose a match through just a silly oversight. Okay, so that's 2-0 then. And that was it. I was disappointed there because, as I said, that's an interesting deck, and it was one that we're not going to see how well it's going to do. Right. Okay, mistakes happen. We see this quite often from very experienced players. A little bit frustrating. I'm sure he's frustrated as well. Okay. So that means let's have a look at what's going on in the other matches. Okay, so all the other matches have been completed for the second round. Set beating SENTERA, Ficus beating WESTLIN. Okay. Not a shocker, but maybe a little surprising. Backshot Deputy getting a DQ win against Loading Hacks. And That Ain't It Chief getting a win against Non-Existent. Right. Okay, so those results have all been locked in. So we go into round 3. Remember, we're going to have 4 rounds of Swiss. Then we'll have a top 4. And then we'll have our top 4 best of 5 elimination. Right, so Dark Crow against Set. This is the final of the last event. Dark Crow winning that one. WESTLIN against That Ain't It Chief. Ficus against SENTERA. Backshot Deputy against Destroy. And Non-Existent beating Nobody. Destroy does have a good point, though. The deck builder in Minions in 2.0 could definitely be improved. I would like to see... I would like to see how it was in the last one, where it showed your most expensive card, or maybe even allowed you to select which card it showed to give you a better idea of which deck it is. Also, like, you can name decks but not see them in an easy way. Maybe you could tag them or search them. There's just better ways that it could be done, and maybe at some point we'll get a better way through it. So frustrating there from Destroy, but these things happen. Okay. So Okay, so we're going to try and see as many different people as we can. Of course, we'll get some people that we'll see a few times, especially as we get to the business end. So we're going to see Ficus against SENTERA in round 3. And if we have a quick look at the standings, Ficus has maximum points. Looks like he got a bye. SENTERA has 3 points. Looks like he got a bye. It's always confusing with the disqualifications, the byes, and so on and so forth. We've been there before. We'll be there again. Lisu just woke up. GG. I don't think it wasn't looking great. I feel like he was there, and who knows? Who knows? Hope you feel better soon, Lisu. Okay, right, sorry, I got a little distracted there. You got to perk 2 at the same time. It's going to be interesting to see how that worked out. Right. So, Ficus against SENTERA. First thing we need to do is see if we can find them on our friends list. I'll wait for this to be ordered. So nice. It's updating as I'm going. Oh. Oh, here we go, Ficus. Nailed it. Right, 1 down. I'll find SENTERA now. Oh, SENTERA's first on this one. I don't have so many friends on that one. Nice. Okay. That makes that a little easier. Okay, so we need to wait and get the bans in from these guys. This is the 3rd round. SENTERA and Ficus. Right. Okay. Just waiting on the bans. We saw a Tronvir ban. We saw our first Tronvir. It didn't work out quite so well. Let's see if we get any more Tronvir bans or Tronvir plays. Yep, unfortunately we had less people in this event, but as we said before, it's just less people playing the game. How it be, unfortunately, at the moment, but hopefully each patch, each hotfix will fix some things. We've got mobile in the future. Fingers crossed that really injects something into the game. Try to keep positive, but it's difficult. Everything just seems like every step forward comes with some sort of step back, and that makes it difficult sometimes to keep the faith. But I do know the devs are working really hard behind the scenes. It just doesn't feel like the product and the updates are quite representative of that hard work, or a lot of the good stuff gets overshadowed by the bad stuff. Right. We have bans. Who was player 1? Ficus was player 1, right? Yeah. Okay, so Ficus is banning Tronvir, Jing Long, Decisive Trike, he heard you, High Inquisitor Ardera, and Korgoth, all very strong bans. And then Sentera is banning Apep. Also Jinglong, they were both listening. Gax and Stixie. Stixie's kind of a weird one. Stixie's not a particularly meta card, especially in solos. So Gax is kind of an interesting one. Gax, I do feel like, and there's a discussion going on in Discord at the moment about Gax. I do feel like Gax needs a rework, or at least needs the copies allowed removed. I know people enjoy playing it, but it is brainless, and it's, you know, it's just, there is no way to play around it. You know, you can have your counter spells, but guess what? You probably don't have enough, because you're playing against people that have 6 Gaxes or something. That's just the inherent problem of wildcards, right? It's just out-cycling your opponent's counters. That's why I say it's brainless. You might disagree. You know, everyone's entitled to their own opinion.
Interesting choice.
Hey, Menexia, good to see you. Right. Oh yeah, I should probably say I'm ready. My bad. Right, ready. Ficus against Sentera. Still best of 3. Hopefully the players will double check their bans, their cards, make sure they're not playing something they shouldn't. Interesting to see both players ban Jinglong. We don't see Jinglong banned too much. And Decisive Trike mentioned in the chat, why does no one ban Jinglong? And then the next game we have, both players ban Jinglong. Is it connected? Who knows? Right. Here we go.
Minion Masters! Let's get this duel started. The fight is on.
Okay, Ficus playing Morelia. Okay, let's just double check the bans. Ardera was banned by Ficus. Ficus is playing Ardera. And Sentera's playing a Ravager, a Zenshi Ravager. Lots of Shrooms. Remember, the Shrooms did get nerfed recently. Only do 20% additional HP and damage, where it was 25 before. But they're still strong. But let's see. Ficus is going to try to do some big pushes with Ardera. We know how difficult that can be to handle. One thing that Sentera does have is he's likely to have a lot of stuns. Okay, so we can see this is the example at the top, right? We've got the growth burst, the giant growth buff on the Yahoon, but like, does it need to be that obnoxiously green? Like, any sort of definition on the model, it's just lost in this bright green. Okay, Korgoth getting kind of murdered here. Not Korgoth, sorry. Korgoth on the brain, but Brutus. Ravager, not a master we see too much. Okay, that's a big heal from the Rampant Growth. Knocks some units off of the Yahoon. Going to keep doing some damage. Getting some good value, but Sentera did take big face damage. But has returned most of it to Ficus. Ficus, of course, does have the ability to heal. And crucially, Ficus has twice as much XP. That could be a problem at some point if Sentera survives.
The excitement, the popcorn flying in the air, the fans are out of their seats, on their feet. Everyone's going crazy. Who's gonna become the victor?
So the problem here is SENTERA's got all of his investment in the top lane where he's going to die to the bottom lane. Okay, it's going to aggro, which, okay, that aggro could really help him. He needs Yahoon to fight here. He can't kill this without Yahoon. He can't survive this. Okay, Yahoon getting the heal and the knockback. He's just having to defend with his all of his mana here, and the XP is just wildly out of control. Ficus has perk 3 as SENTERA has perk 2, and he might just die to these Legionnaires here. He's going to survive, but only just. I remember Ficus does have a Chain Lightning. That's 100 face damage. There is no way in the world that SENTERA survives or wins this. Thanks for the hydrate. Bit of face damage from Nivea's breath. Okay, SENTERA does have a heal puff, so he might... I don't know if this heal puff is in range of... Yes, it is. Okay. 60 HP left. Defending with his life. He does have the Blood Imps, of course, but he can't use them. So he's going to struggle to get anything here. Okay. Ficus shows the power of Ardera. I don't like the way the music disappears during matches. Is that... I feel like that didn't happen in 1.0. I feel like the music was always there. Then it comes back. I don't know. Okay, Ficus dominant in that one. Hugely ahead on XP. Taking the victory. Alright. Bringing SENTERA down to 0 HP. But even if the match went on longer, it's going to be far too much. Okay. That's the problem with decks. Like, SENTERA's deck was basically built around Yahoon with just a super cheap cycle. And the problem is, especially in solos, if you commit all of your mana into the wrong lane, then it can be just devastating. Your opponent can play around it quite easily. And that's what we saw. Jing being banned was probably very strong for Ficus. Jing could have been very helpful with that AoE stun on top of the big pushes and the spells to cycle that. So a good ban. And, you know, in those kind of matches, if Jing gets banned, you might play Xiaolong, but Xiaolong's very, very different to Jing.
Masters, prepare to get your minion on.
Okay, sorry. Got distracted by something there. Like a magpie. Shiny! Okay, if you see this weird pink thing around the player 2's cards, that's because I run a second version of the game to capture player 2, but I have to run it in a virtual machine. The virtual machine uses some kind of virtualized graphics card that doesn't really support all of the fancy things that are like a real graphics card does. So we get these weird pink textures. Not really anything I can do about it, I don't think. Except getting a second PC to run it natively on it. If anyone's got any ideas how to fix it, let me know. Okay, that Boomer's going to get massive value at the top, but there's a big push coming down here from Ficus. We've got the brothers on face.
Red has obtained the first perk.
Okay, SENTERA putting huge pressure on here. Ardera in the pocket, but Ficus might just die to this push, you know.
The structure of that tower is starting to crumble a little bit.
I think he does. Okay, that was a quick one. And, you know, we have to think about, you know, Minion Masters of old, when you used to have these control decks, all these cheeky little plays, getting value of cheap cards, and now, you know, some of the games, they're not quite to that degree, but some of them are very, very aggro-based. Just do a big push, and if your opponent can't handle it, it's over. Which is not the most fun thing to watch. It's not the most fun thing to play. And remember, the devs did put out a thing recently, a survey regarding how we're feeling about the bridge changes, to maybe try to consider bringing some bridge changes back, maybe giving control a buff, because the changes to the bridges where you can't play units on them, there's no collision, was a huge buff to aggro decks and a huge nerf to control decks. And everyone called out that that's what's going to happen, and that's exactly what happened. And there's been no kind of clawback for these cheap cards. Once cheap cards lose their ability to interact with bridges, then it becomes very difficult to make an argument to play them, because that was one of their huge powers. And we saw that the same with when the devs removed flying units from being able to take bridges. Suddenly, the whole idea of running cards that can't take bridges just seems bonkers. Right, okay, 1-1. Game number 3.
Prepare to fight each other to the death. Utensils or really batteries not included. Throw down those cards.
Okay, Morelia again. Sliver Morelia this time. And we've got a cheap Diona. Could be a very similar deck as we saw before. Let's find out. We got the brothers in there. The Slithers could be a good answer to the brothers, though. Especially Herald Our Moon. Remember, Unholy Ground is banned through a bug, so you can't support your brothers with something like that against air units.
Blue has obtained their first burst.
Not much happening yet, but here come the brothers. Splitting them is a good idea, because Herald will murder them, but not murder them if they're not together. But they're going to end up together at some point. Okay. You know, I don't like that taunt trap position. Should have spun it around so it didn't hit anything. It hit that guy on his second hit. Okay, and there we see Herald just mopping that up. But he did take a decent amount of HP damage, though. Right, here's the classic Herald with the statue push. If you played the Herald with the statue, you'd normally play it more over the top of it. But it's going to end up there, and it's going to be difficult to deal with. This is going to be a lot of damage here. He's going to have the res from the Herald as well. The statue's wailing away on face. Okay, the trap's doing a great job on the Herald, but what's going to be left of SENTERA? Having to Shock Rock. Falling behind on XP this whole time. Oh, the Herald's still alive! That's huge! Okay. And again, another big push.
None can stand before me.
And those are difficult pushes to defend. He did a good job. He was unlucky that he didn't get the kill on the Herald Our Moon. Just survived with 1 HP. But yeah, that is a couple of very quick games. And Fick has taken that by 2 games to 1. And when people are playing these big heavy decks, they really do have a propensity to punish your opponent from either having a lack of counters or from just making 1 or 2 misplays. The misplays are so punishing. Herald is a very tricky card to deal with, especially when it's played on top of something like a statue. Right, okay. So that was quick. That's what she said. Laugh. Insert laugh here. Nailed it. So if we have a look at what's going on elsewhere, it looks like Dark Crow and Set are still going on. Looks like Set's 1-0 up there. WESTLIN 1-1. That ain't it, Chief. Let's see if we can get into Dark Crow and Set's match. It will take me 15 minutes to find Dark Crow. Set, fortunately, is easier to find. So we think, from what we can see, this is currently 1-0 to Set.
Exciting round of Minion Masters. Blue has unlocked their
Sorry, 1 second. Okay, so Tronvir against Apep. Let me see if I can find Dark Crow. Okay, so it's Tronvir with the power of Slither again. Dark Crow's here now. We'll confirm the score when we can. It could be 1-1, it could be 1-0. Depends if they were fully up to date on keeping the website up to date as it went. Right, okay. We haven't seen a Tronvir victory yet. Is this going to be the first one?
Got the second perk. Blue has obtained perk number 2.
Okay, and there's the power of Jing. And the Jing juggle. There's the res. Jing's just... No, Jing does survive. Okay, very well handled. Nice use of Apep's totem as a wall there. A Kinlap looks so much smaller than he was in... I know I've said it before, but it's just wild for some reason. I don't know why he's so much smaller.
Oh, wow.
Okay, so getting those ancestors from the runic empowerment at the top and from the rune at the bottom. They did get quite nerfed, so they're definitely not as powerful as they were. But pressure on both bridges is always going to be nice. Herald is the meat of Set's deck. And getting the Herald shut down with no res there is massive for Dark Crow. Right, Grey Rune available. That's the Wind Rune, which does the damage. Looking for a good target. Could use it at the bottom there, because that's going to hold the bridge. You might think, oh, you only killed a bounce-free flinger, but you held the bridge, so you get some more XP, and then you force something else out to take the bridge. To Set in a strong position here. Caber Tosser. That raged Caber is so disgusting. Woodsman and Caber Tosser everywhere on the leaderboard. Right, big res from the Herald Armoon. Well, that's a nice use of the spells, though, to almost kill the Armoon. But the push is still on. Jing is great against Herald Armoon. Jing goes down. That could have been a misplay there. And again, this Herald with only 1 HP could be disgusting. Remember, Apep can hit 2 targets, but it's not going to be hitting Herald. And Herald is going to be doing massive damage and making this very difficult to defend against. And the next Herald is coming. Set's looking like he's going to take this one. Could never count out Dark Crow. Right, 1 Herald is down, but that's too much damage. Set takes that. We'll double check the score, but it looks like Set's won the best of 3. It's just whether it's 2-1 or 2-2. And that was kind of interesting because Dark Crow did have good counters for the Yahoo. He had the Jing, that I'm surprised wasn't banned, thinking about it now. And the spells as well to juggle the Jing and the Chain Lightning I think he had. So, and we did see him earlier shut down one of the Yahoons, but just one Yahoon was able to get a lot of value, and that push just got out of control. So I don't know if that was a win because of Tronvir. The deck's definitely strong, whatever master you play it with. But Tronvir gives that extra removal with the rune, it gives that extra support with the ancestors, and of course the shield, the frost rune can help keep the push alive as well. So a lot of the runes are kind of similar if you think about what they can achieve to Diona's traps. Especially the removal and the taunt totem. So it's kind of like Diona taken to the next level. Okay, so that looks like that was definitely Set's game and match. The score may need confirming, but I'm sure it will be at some point on the site. Remember, Darkrai, the reigning champion, Set the reigning runner-up, if that's a thing. If it is, and it is now. So once that's locked in, we'll be going to our fourth and final Swiss round, and then we'll have our top 4 shootout. But what we'll do here is let's have a little look at the standings. Just going to wait for this last match to lock in. And then we'll be able to see the 4th round matches. And then we'll have a look to see who is likely through. And who is on the cusp, who is fighting for their life. Always nice if we get a match in the last round that basically the winner goes through and the loser goes out. So that, you know, there's a lot on the line. Doesn't always happen. And sometimes it looks like it's going to happen, but it doesn't, depending on other results, because, you know, there's a whole lot of stuff going on behind the scenes. Every match results feed into all the other matches in some way. Right, so I'm just waiting for the next round. Okay, so round 4, we look at the matches. Ficus against Set, WESTLIN against Darkrai, Destroy against NONEXISTANT, SENTERA against Backshot Deputy, and That Ain't It, Chief. If we bring up the standings, and remember, you can look at the brackets from home. There's a linked comment, message, pinned. That's it. That's the one. Right. So we got Set and Ficus on maximum points. And we've got That Ain't It, Chief, Darkrai, WESTLIN, Destroy, all on 6 points. So it looks like you're going to need 6 points to get through. Isu says, all that last push was because Darkrai accidentally targeted the Snake Druid and Herald with Flyby. I have seen some suggested bugs with the Flyby hitting the wrong things. I don't know if that's actually a thing. Right. So we're going to look at Darkrai against WESTLIN. You can see they're both on 6 points. So whoever wins will be on 9. And I'll probably get through. Or will get through. Whoever loses will be on 6. They could still get through. Who knows? But it's going to be interesting. But normally by this part of the event, Darkrai's ready for the elimination stage, but he still has to fight for it. Losing to Set is going to make that tricky for him. If you want to check out the brackets, you can do so. Link in the chat, pinned message, all that goodness. you should see exactly what I'm seeing. Right. WESTLIN against Darkrai. Always like to do it in the same order they are on the website. A little bit anal, but... Okay. WESTLIN's first on my friends list. Did we just become best friends? Okay, so I'm ready for them. We just need to see the bans. Right. These guys will likely have played against each other a lot on the leaderboard. On ladder, I should say. So they have a good idea of what they're playing, what each other's playing, what they should ban. So we always talk about the different ways you can ban, whether you ban based on the meta, if you ban based on things that are particularly strong against what you want to play, or, you know, specifically against your opponent. So we see bans like Azali against Dark WESTLIN, because WESTLIN likes to play and gets a lot of success with Azali, which is not really a meta ban because not too many other people will do it. Okay, we are awaiting Z bans. Oh, yeah. Okay. Sinobii makes a good point regarding the points, the standings. What happens if someone gets a bye, then they get their points immediately. So Chief's got his points from a bye in the 4th round, whereas none of the other players have completed their 4th round matches. So just makes it a little bit confusing. So basically, Chief's likely to fall down a lot, depending on the results. So it's difficult to get too... You can't really get a full picture from the standings until all the matches are done. Unless there's no buys or DQs. And as always, we'll have a discussion about the way that the players are differentiated between with regards to the tiebreakers. Should they end up on equal points? Always an interesting one. The system takes into account the strength of their opponents and their opponents' opponents, which should ideally give a good representation of players' strength and ability and who's been beating the best players. But it does kind of fall down a little bit when we have buys and DQs. It messes up a little bit, but unfortunately no system is perfect. Okay, bans. WESTLIN has banned APEP, Bounce Reflingers, not a surprise, High Inquisitor Ardera, but interestingly, he's also banned Commander Azali, which is normally what gets banned against him. And then Darkrai has banned Tronvir, Bounce Reflingers, Morgrul's Mark, and Commander Azali. Okay, you don't see too many Commander Azali bans. But now we get 2 in one match. Right. I'm not surprised to see Darkrai ban Azali, but I am a little bit surprised to see WESTLIN ban Azali. Maybe he's seen Darkrai playing something like that on the ladder. No particularly shocking bans here. Strong Masters banned. Bounce Reflingers always banned because they're just the Shroom enabler. Ardera, we saw how strong Ardera was earlier with Ficus, I think. Morgrul's Mark, very strong spell. Definitely one that Dark Crow likes to use a lot. And I mean, Azali is... It's a ban you see against Dark WESTLIN. Not sure why WESTLIN banned it, but maybe he was worried about Dark Crow kind of memeing him by playing Azali against him. I don't know. Who knows what the mind games were there. Right, Dark Crow is set up here. Dark WESTLIN set up here. Okay. Looks like we're ready to go. So this is the fourth and final round of the Swiss part of the event. And then once all of the matches have been completed, we'll have our standings and we'll be able to figure out who are the top 4. And those top 4 will go through into a best of 5 Conquest Rules shootout. But before we get there, we've got to complete the last round here. And Dark Crow and WESTLIN. Looks like winner will go through, loser will go out, possibly. Both players have won 2 matches and lost 1. Normally, if you've lost 1, you can get through to the shootout. If you've lost 2, that's normally too much. So we'll see how it works out. But it should be a good game regardless. WESTLIN always plays interesting stuff. Remember, we saw him earlier where he played Rendrath, which we definitely didn't expect to see. Not a card we see too much in 1v1 play for sure. Right, thanks for joining me today. Appreciate you guys checking in. Hopefully we've still got some good matches to come. Reminder that the VOD will be up on YouTube tomorrow. If you miss anything, if you want to catch anything, if you want to revisit anything, if you want to watch your matches if you were in it, you know, whatever you want to do, it'll be there for you. And make sure you check out my, well, not yet, but it's coming, the meta video for this season. Should see that hopefully within the next few days. Might record it tomorrow, we'll see. Got a lot of data to go through. Okay, not sure who we're waiting on, but we're waiting on someone that's not me. And I will take that. Sinobii, of course, behind the scenes, keeping everything running smoothly, so much love to him. Couldn't do it without him. Okay, we're going into a game! It's gameplay time! Right! What are we going to see? Let's find out. The biggest question is, why do we hear Nether Step when we load into games? Who knows? Who knows? Right, Wrecked versus Tronvir. Remember, Dark Crow banned Tronvir, but that means he can play it, because it wasn't banned back to him. We've got a Shroom, but that's not from Bounce Flinger. It is from the Shen Shockstick. I think that comes with 1 Shroom. Now, Dark WESTLIN playing this Spell Dancer. She recently got a buff, so she's pretty decent now. A lot of people thinking she's strong out there on the ladder. Couple of buffs she got. An extra spark, so she can do 250 damage. The spark is the damage on play. But she also got death prediction added, so you don't waste the sparks needlessly. Right, let's see how Dark WESTLIN handles this big golem. Wants to try to keep away from it as much as possible. Oh, that's not a great chain lightning there. Didn't quite go. Remember, it did have some nerfs quite a long time ago with regards to how far it jumped. A lot of damage coming out. Not sure about the Daggerfall there. Felt like a little bit unnecessary. But a good start from Dark Crow. Head on XP. and did massive face damage. I find it strange why the Frost Runes from Tronvir freeze air units. Nothing else in the game that has any frozen mechanic freezes air units. Kind of strange that that's a thing. But again, here comes the big golem. Gonna try to get a stun on it, but can it be? Yes, Jing shuts that stun down immediately for now, but then the stun comes back. But this golem not getting the sort of pressure that it did first time round, but it still needs to be handled. And there you see the power of the Ancestor, the Ancestor Stone. Grabbing both bridges, putting pressure on both lanes, ranged as well, which of course ranged units are very powerful. Dark Westlin needs to be careful he doesn't take too many punches here because he's going to be very low HP. He is playing Wrecked. He needs to be careful with Wrecked, of course, because that perk 3 one-punch blast does have that bug where if you use the jump while the one-punch blast is in your hand, then you lose it. So it's something you've got to be aware of. You can play around it, but you've got to keep it in mind. Right, Westlin, low HP, but as I always say, health is a resource. Just don't run out of it. Right, this golem doesn't have the Shroom buff. Let's see how much difference that makes. Okay, Spell Dancer getting huge value there. This golem gets absolutely shut down. Can't quite keep it alive with the taunt. The range on that freeze is just obnoxious as well. I don't know why it's so huge. But here comes a Scotty with a Frost Shield. Also, the other thing, why does the Frost Shield freeze the unit it's on? That again seems at odds with other frozen mechanics in the game. Right, let's have a look at this Power Spike at perk 3. It's going to get a Word Stone. This one is not the Word Stone because it was already queued up as his next card. The Word Stone is the rune with all 3 runic empowerments on it. And then his next ground minion will have all of those powers as well. Let's see. Got 5 seconds now until the next rune. Falling behind on XP at the moment, though. He got kind of unlucky that he had his next rune in the 5th card slot. It might not matter, though. Look at this. The fact you can just play this on face seems so obnoxiously strong. Let me know in the chat what do you think about that. But it felt like Dark Crow was behind that whole game. And then that perk 3 power spike. The fact you can put that straight on face. And remember, that Word Stone, that perk 3 rune, it does damage. It has the taunt and the frost shield. And it spawns the ancestors with it. It's so powerful. It's such a huge power spike that you can spawn basically on your opponent's face. I feel like that's where it's too strong. The fact you can just spawn everything so deep into enemy territory. And I think Westlin will be a bit frustrated there because he played that match well. But that... he just took too much damage from that first golem, I think. That first golem just was so powerful, did so much damage to him, that he just had no breathing room as the game went on. Just had no way of just surviving against that perk 3 onslaught. So, Tronvir is similar to like Morelia and Ravager, where you get that big perk 3 power spike, but then if your opponent survives through that power spike without dying or being too far behind, then you become relatively weak. So, you know, Morelia, once her dragon's dead, Ravager, once Terror Brutus is dead, there's effectively no perk 3, right? It's come and gone. Tronvir still kind of gets a little bit of a buff because he gets his runes 5 seconds quicker after perk 3. So he almost gets the best of both worlds. He gets a huge power spike from perk 3 and then an ongoing power spike as well. Maybe that's a little bit too much. But big Tronvir perk 3 victory. Right, here we go. Game 2. We're still best of 3. Remember, the winner of this likely goes through. The loser likely goes out.
Give me those viewers, Masters. Get dueling.
Right. Stormbringer, Slither from Dark WESTLIN. Darkrow playing Tronvir again. Remember, there's no restrictions at the moment. They see the little trick with the split on the stun lancers. If you spawn them pushed up against the middle of your tower, then they split like that. Okay, he wants to keep this Jing alive. Being ominous there. And this is a scary looking push. Maybe... Okay, what is Dark WESTLIN's answer here? Impetus, just to buy himself some time. Hypnotize is going to be no good against this guy on his own. Slither, the Snake Druid is going to be huge. Okay, locks it down out of face range. That's massive. But XP funneling towards Darkrow at the moment. The bridges are red. It's going to take a while. That Snake Druid does lock things down. I don't know if the Snake Druid having permanent CC is healthy. Remember, Stun Lancers used to be able to lock something down forever, then that got changed to only 4 seconds. Maybe the Stun Druid needs that plus some other, like a buff in some other way.
That was amazing.
Okay, he doesn't want to allow those Stun Lancers to lock that Golem down. This is going to be a lot of poison on this Golem, though. That's going to be enough poison to kill him. And remember, Talok in there does double... Does he do double damage against poison units? I can't remember, but there was a lot of DPS going on there. Okay, locking this down on the bridge because he doesn't want it to split. Remember, the Shroomer will split if it gets across. Close so far, but we saw, you know, XP-wise, it was close in the last game as well, and then perk 3 Tronvir just broke WESTLIN's back. Right, Scotty just wailing away on a Kinlep at the bottom there. Oof. I think WESTLIN was about to use the gong, but unfortunately, it was a little bit too late. Okay, I'm not sure about this because these stun lancers are going to go down the bottom. He's going to want to try and get the Snake Druid up here, but he's played the Snake Druid early. Remember, no shields for air units either. But Darkrow knows that Snake Druid's a problem, so he saves his Chain Lightning for it. Smart, as we would expect. Okay, Hypnotize here, but... Okay. I don't think that Hypnotize really did everything. Everything died too quickly. Right, perk 3 for Darkrow. He's got a decent XP lead now. Got his next rune up in 10 seconds. This is going to be the big boy, the Wordstone. There it is. Just keeping his Golem alive. Getting a lot of XP here. This is a scary looking push. Golem's going to go down. There's going to be a lot else. Okay, Golem's still alive. Somehow got de-aggro from the Master. WESTLIN doesn't feel like he's got the tools to survive this. This is going to be 2-0 to Darkrow. And Tronvir might be moving towards the ban of choice. Master-wise, we'll see. But it was just very powerful there. Okay, so Darkrow takes that 2-0. So he'll be in the top 4. And we need to crunch the numbers to see how that affects WESTLIN overall. See what's going on in the other matches. Okay, Set's beaten Ficus, Sentera's beaten Backshot Deputy, Chief got a bye. Destroy against Non-Existent. Destroys a game up in that one. WESTLIN against Dark Crow, we know that was over. A second and we figure out what we're going to do. Okay, so Destroy. See if we can jump into that game. I don't think he lied about the strength of it. I think he's just basing that upon what the stats say. I don't think he's weak, but I don't think he's as OP as everyone seems to think. But maybe people are getting a better grasp on how to play him now. This match will probably be over by the time I find Destroy in my friends list. Like, not even joking. Okay, here we go. Right, I think it is over. Okay. Destroy did win that one, okay. I tried to get in there, but it was too slow. Right, so we'll wait until the last match is locked in, and then we'll be able to look at the top 4. This match is probably just awaiting confirmation. Refresh this. Here we speed things along. Right, I'll be back in a second. That should auto-confirm in a minute. Right. It's been locked in. Let's have a look at the standings. We'll look at the top 4. Top 4 is showing as Set with maximum 12 points. Darkrow, Ficus, and Destroy with 9. And then the rest on 6 or below. Okay, so we don't need to worry too much about the tiebreakers. Of course, the tiebreakers will affect the top, the order of the people on the same points. And basically the seeding will be first against fourth, second against third. And if you want to see the tiebreakers for completion, you can see that the first tiebreaker is the opponent's set win rate, so how strong your opponents were, and then your opponent's set win rate, so how strong their opponents were. So you can see that Dark Crow has a strong opponent set win rate percentage, which is why he's above Ficus and is why he's above Destroy. Buys and DQs can affect that in ways. So that's the top four. Set, Dark Crow, Ficus against Destroy. We're going to have Set against Destroy in semi-final 1 and Dark Crow against Ficus in semi-final 2. Reminder that we now switch to best of 5. And there are conquest rules, which means you cannot play a master once you've won with a master. So we've seen examples already today where a player will win with a master and just keep on playing that same strat. That will not be allowed. You can still play the same deck, but not the same master. So players were going to have to dig deeper into their toolkit to see how they do. Right. So let's come out of the standings here and go into the top 4 pool. Again, you can follow all this from home in the brackets. We've got giveaways going along as well as always, so make sure you copy and paste the I Love Minion Masters with the exclamation point at the start. And make sure you follow the stream if you're not following already. The bot does require that. Thanks to everyone that's joined today. Appreciate you being here. Right. So, just as a reminder, back here. Okay, so Set against Destroy and Dark Crow against Ficus. Whoever is ready first is probably going to be watched first. Let's see how that is going to... that's going to work out. So it's interesting that the devs say that Tromvir is not too strong, but some of the top players think that he's OP. Where's the disconnect there? But the devs are basing it on their experience, but also on the facts of the win rate of the Masters. So is it a Master that's very strong in the hands of good players, but not so great in the hands of weaker players? That can always muddy the win rates, make it kind of a little tricky to balance. There are definitely discussions to be said there. I do feel like the runes on the opposite side are just too strong. Seems unnecessary. It makes it very difficult to play against. And very powerful with that big perk 3 power spike. But that's a discussion for another day. If you want to see the upcoming balance changes, proposed balance changes, then again, there's a video on my YouTube for that. So these are the proposed changes. We don't know exactly what's going to get through and what's not. If you want to see the proposed changes, I'm just getting a link for you. Also tells you a little bit about the new cards for next season as well. And of course we've got the bridge change rule survey that's probably still going on, so if you want to check that out, have your say, again, you can do. Right, anyway, so that's what's going on elsewhere. Now we are just awaiting to see which of these 2 matches is ready first. Okay, Ficus against Dark Crow first. So if we remind ourselves, Ficus is third place. Dark Crow is second place, both with a 3-win, 1-loss record. Right. Start getting set up here. Right. Hey, give me 15 minutes to try to find them on my friends list. Only half joking. Ta-da. Hey, there we go. Right. Found Dark Crow. Right. Now let's look. Vicus. Okay. I found them both. Let's go. Incredible. Right, bands coming in. Player 1, Dark Crow. Player 2, Vicus. Current round semi-final. 1. Best of 5. Current score 0-0. I'll just read what I'm doing. Right. Bands. Okay. The bands. So we've got Dark Crow. Let's have a look at his bands first. The Dark Crow banning Tronvir, Bounceberry Flingers, High Inquisitor Ardera, and Herald Armoon. And then we've got Vicus banning Tronvir, double Tronvir ban, Sapphire Pebble, Blue Golem, and High Inquisitor Ardera. So, both players banning Ardera. We've seen Ardera cop a lot of bans. First double Tronvir ban that we've seen. Dark Crow banning the Flingers as a kind of way of nerfing the Golem strat, whereas Vicus banning the Golem directly. And I think the Sapphire Pebble's pretty strong, but in the hands of Dark Crow, it's incredibly strong. So that seems like a smart ban. Right, Vicus. Okay, no! I think Dark Crow reset his game. Now I've got to find him again! No! Not like this. Okay, but he restarted his game, so now he's back at the top of my list. Okay, we'll take that. Right. Almost ready to go. Why is it still showing the wrong score? Did I forget to admit that? Yes. Right, semi-final time. Best of 5 conquest rules. No Tronvir in this semi-final. Will we see Tronvir in the next one? Who knows? So, we've got Dark Crow against Vicus here. We've got Set against Destroy in the second semi-final. And the winner of each will go to the grand final. This event, of course, is sponsored by BetaDwarf, the developers, so thanks for them for putting up the money for this. Right, let's double check that we're ready. Vicus is there. Yes, I'm ready. Is everyone else ready? Let's do some kind of clapping or something. It's semi-final time. Hopefully you guys are having a good Saturday. Thanks for joining me here in the fish tank. Appreciate you being here. Hopefully you're enjoying the content. Get involved in the giveaways. You want to. Okay, so what I've done there is I've done the clapping a little bit early. And now it's kind of died down and nothing's happened. So, you know, what do we do? Do we do more clapping? Do we just have like this awkward silence? I'm not entirely sure what we're going to do. Hey, Tangy. Dun, dun, dun. Okay, so more awkwardness. I'm definitely looking forward to the patch next week to play some draft. The faction restrictions that they imposed on draft, I did not like it. So removing them is something that I do like. But anyway, let's get into some gameplay. Now we can do some clapping, and then it kind of makes sense. Okay, the first match of this semi-final, best of 5. It's user 1890023, also known as Dark Crow, against Ficus. Dark Crow in the blue team, the reigning champion. He's won many of these events. How can Ficus do against him? Right, we've got Milloween, a cursed Milloween, against Wrecked. Probably going to be a Stoutheart Wrecked. We see the Groggy Woodsman in there. He's likely to have some other family members. Let's see how it plays out.
Red has obtained the first.
Oh, I think I saw a Bolf. Bolf is not the one that we see most often. Generally, you see the regular Woodsman or the Caber Tosser, but we see a Bolf. There he is. Remember, he freezes the target on his first hit. Does true damage, so still does maximum DPS to frozen targets. Doesn't have a Revelry effect, but the Groggy Woodsman does. Right, getting swamped by skeletons there. Doesn't want to lose this Jing, but it will do. Didn't quite have the spell to juggle it. Remember, the juggle will kind of reset the aggro because the Wrecked will be forced to attack something else.
Red obtained perk number 2.
Okay, so it isn't a curse deck, and it does have Toll of the Dead, so he will get those extra skeletons and that pressure at the perk 3 when he hits Ascension. Assuming he gets there, but Ficus has got a strong XP lead at the moment. You would expect Dark Crow's deck to get stronger as the match goes on, just because it does have that Ascension power spike. You've got to be careful you're not too far behind, and this is a lot of pressure. Both doing a great job there, keeping the pressure on. And look at the XP, nearly 30 XP ahead at this point. That's kind of huge right now. It's at 60 or 59 Spectral Essences. Needs to get to 80 for the Ascension. Again, this is going to be a big push at the bottom. Lots of skeletons waiting to revive. We've got those 2 green circles on the right. That's the Toll of the Dead. They won't do anything until Ascension is reached. Still 14 Spectral Essences away from that. He's 40 XP behind. Right. 79 Spectral Essences. Needs one more accursed card. One more accursed mana card to trigger it. Okay. He went for the One Punch Blast on the Jing, but the Jing juggled. He's going to juggle again. There's the Dong. That means Ascension's been reached. Those skeletons are all going to revive on face, and this could be a big power spike. Let's see if Ficus can handle this. He does have a big XP lead, so we can kind of forget about the bridges for a little bit here. Just chill on trying to defend against all of this. Right, here come the skeletons. 3 of them arrive on face. Glensbrew just trying to keep something alive there to tank. One Punch Blast. Nice corpse explosion. Okay, Ficus looks like he's going to survive this, but we've got more skellies ready to revive. And this is where it gets a little bit overwhelming. Right. Both teams have perk 3 now. It's going to be a bigger Arcane Golem for the blue team. Okay, so really the question is, we've seen Ficus get a good XP lead. Can he hold it? Can he get to Mana Frenzy before the empowered Ascension deck starts coming back? Looking a little dicey for Ficus at the moment. He was a long way ahead for a while. But does he have enough of the lead? Bridges are very difficult for him to get on at the moment. Oof. No hit there. That was frustrating. From the Bolf. Look at the XP. He was 30 or 40 behind. Now he's only 10 behind his Dark Crow. This, as soon as he reached Ascension, this match changed completely. Because just desperately, his only win condition here is to get to Mana Frenzy. And try to hope that he's far enough ahead at that point to change something in the match. But he's having to fight for every single bit of XP at the moment. Still 10 ahead. But he's very low HP as well, which means it's very difficult for him to keep that pressure on as well. He's got to be super careful with his face damage as well as the bridges. And he's so low here, he's got to start thinking about just keeping everything off of his face. Right, 4 XP to go. Who's going to get to Frenzy first? I think Dark Crow's going to get it first here. It's 198 each. There we go. Mana Frenzy and 1 XP ahead for Dark Crow. And he's come back by 40 XP behind. And Ficus needs to put the pressure on the bridges. They've both got Mana Frenzy. This is a key part of the game right now. But Ficus has got a good pressure on that top bridge. Needs to be careful with the skeleton spawning on his face. Very low HP. Letting some of that hit face. But he needs to control the bridges. And Ficus doing a good job here. But suddenly it swings back towards Dark Crow. He's got a big push at the top. That was loud. Oh, Ficus still has something on his face. That skeleton on his face. It needs to be dealt with. It's not being dealt with. I don't know if he didn't see it, if he just gave up with that, I don't know. Okay, and that's the power of Ascension. A deck or a strat that used to only be viable in 2v2s, but it definitely, after some of the cards got changed and nerfed because they were too strong in 2v2s, it became a very strong 1v1 strat. And that was very close in the end there. It was... Whew. So Ficus had a big XP lead. Then we got Ascension at 80 Spectral Essences for Dark Crow. He started coming back. Dark Crow got to Mana Frenzy first, and you thought that's probably it. But then suddenly, Ficus was able to clear everything out. He had the bridges, but then it swung back, and Dark Crow was able to put the pressure on it. And I think the real issue with Ficus was because he had so little HP. And of course, remember, when Rekt jumps, when Rekt gets on the field, he's no longer at home. And so he had no defense there, even against small units. And that just made it very difficult to keep the pressure on the bridges and defend his face at the same time. Okay. Whew. That was a tricky one. It looked like Ficus was far enough ahead, but ultimately not quite enough. Could he have done a better job taking less face damage to give him that that sort of extra face tank going into Mana Frenzy? I don't know. But you can see as soon as the Ascension player hits a Cursed Ascension, everything changes. And you can see, even being from 40 XP behind, which is massive, he got to Mana Frenzy first. Basically, once he hit Ascension, Darkrow had the bridges almost completely from there on in. Okay. Both getting a lot of value as well. Both not somebody we see too often, but definitely got a lot of value in that one. Oh no! Darkrow... Oh, Darkrow closed his game, I think. Okay, I don't think we missed the start of that game. I set up the spectate and then they restart their game and it breaks the spectate and then I'm sitting there waiting for them to start, but then maybe they've started already and Cat used to do that constantly. Right, but I think we're okay. I was waiting for the match to start, but or load in halfway through, but it doesn't seem like that's happening. Could have been bad. We got through it. Yeah, you can argue that it's boring because you kind of just have to hold on, and then as long as you get to Ascension, you're probably going to win. But I do prefer it being strong in solos and not disgusting in duos. When we used to have the super strong Niveir's Breath that could be wild-carded in duos, that was just bonkers. Like, it would do 320 damage or something after Ascension and give you the skeletons, and you could wild-card it. That was just disgusting for the longest time. Right. We are awaiting something. Right, what are we waiting? What are we waiting for? Yes, faction decks are very strong at the moment. First, we get the Accursed Ascension buff, Zenchi with the very easy to generate Growth Burst Shrooms and powerful. Stout with the Revelry again. easy to trigger, very powerful. Empyrean as well. Specifically, I think Empyrean specifically because of the because of Ardera. Okay. Give me a DM, Mortis. Okay, right. You missed us waiting 5 minutes for this match, but we're here. Right, this is the semi-final. It's the first semi-final. Dark Crow against Vickers. Dark Crow took the first match with his Accursed Ascension deck. I think that this... I spoke earlier about the pink stuff that's kind of unavoidable. I feel like this arena makes it worse than most of the others. Right, what do we have? Dark Crow, Wrecked, Armoon. What is that Hypnotize? That's strange. Is he just trying to cycle to get his deck as he wants it? Very kind of weird. Right. Zeppelins. Was Zeppelins banned? Let's check. Zeppelins were not banned. Right, here comes the Zeppelin. Rekinator strat. We know how powerful this can be. The Taunt Trap to keep the Armoon away. That's nicely done from Vickers. Zeppelin's still wailing away. That's 1000 HP. Pretty much gone already. Armoon is almost dead at the top as well. Because his deck is just going to be rinse and repeat this big push, really. Chisma. Can Chisma survive this? No, not quite. Oh, I just had an idea. What if, for this pink thing, what if we used the pink as like a chroma key, like a green screen, but it's a pink screen, so anything pink is invisible. That's a good idea. Big fishy brain. Right, XP lead for Vickers here. Statue pushing at the bottom. The Vickers will be trying to get this big push going again. There was a weird start with that Hypnotize from Dark Crow. That really kind of wasted it. Right. Oh, the Rekinator at the top's going to get picked by the Snake Druid. Did he play it into the Snake Druid? That's a big mistake if it is. Okay, XP lead for Vickers. Both players have taken a lot of face damage. Scrutillery. Kind of a weird Scrutillery. He's going to get the top bridge though, which is nice. Scrutillery is one of those spells that has bridge grab potential. A weird Hypnotize again.
Everyone's going crazy. Who's gonna become the victor?
Vickers needs to keep his Rekinator away from the Snake Druid. But it's likely to be held for it. Right. Zip Zappinator with the Rekinator doing a good job shutting this down. Rekinator's still nice and healthy. The taunt, though, causes the statue to hit Zip Zappinator. But it is still alive, and that's all that matters at the moment. But again, the Rekinator. The first Rekinator got to face and did huge damage. The second two haven't made it past the bridge. Can he keep this Zip alive? Or he put something there to tank, but it has to take the hit because the Zip did have the taunt. So he did a good job keeping that alive. Jolo is hasted from the Scratch Swarm bonus, so he does need to be careful. That's going to put out a lot of DPS on face. Does dodge for a while. 850 HP left. Perk 3 for both players. Vickers... well, almost perk 3. Yeah, perk 3 now. Vickers slightly there ahead. That one punch blast can be a godsend now from Wrecked. Being able to shut down the Rekinator. Okay, I think Ficus is going to lose this. I don't know how he stops it. Doing everything within his power, though. Ruffles may have got some XP, some HP, no, some mana. Mana P. This is going to be difficult. Again, Ficus very low HP, so has to try to micromanage everything. Zip doing a great job, though. Oh, that Talux on face. 60 HP left. What spells do we have? We have a Chain Lightning. This is going to be over, even if it didn't even get that far. Okay. Some very strange hypnotizers in that game from Dark Crow. Maybe, like, forcing it. Because Hypnotize has Slitherbind, I think. Does it? Maybe to generate those. Right, 2-0. You like the pink? Okay, the pink can stay. James likes it. Right, this is best of 5. No, best of 3. No, hold on. It is best of 5. God damn it. Best of 5. First to 3, of course. We know how that works. And Dark Crow's 2 steps towards that. Hopefully we won't have to wait too long for this one. I wonder if I can set up that chroma key now without breaking something. I don't know exactly what the color is. The hex key for it. We'll just do this while we're waiting for them. Double check we're not going to miss anything. Okay, spectators are still ready. A hex key picker. Yeah. I add a picture to color it, check it. Hex key color picker from image. Yes, okay. Let's upload this picture. Okay. Okay, that might work. I don't know. We'll try it. See what happens. Might be completely broken in the next one. The pink might have disappeared. Who knows? Don't know why I couldn't think of a good solution to that before, and then suddenly I thought it now, but it is what it is. Okay. These players really are taking their sweet old time between these matches. What do you mean I'm high? What do you mean? Drugs are bad, okay? It's time! Right, game 3. Is Dark Crow going to close this best of 5 out? Let's find out. Oh god, it's white. Ah, there's no image underneath it. Okay, it kind of works, but there's no image underneath it. I forgot that the white border was behind it. Okay. So it kind of works, but the white's probably more egregious right now. So that requires a little bit of a more specific fix. Okay, it works though. It kind of works, so we should be okay. Let me set that back quickly.
That was amazing.
Okay. Just need to put something behind it. That's okay, that's easy. Don't want to do it now though, because I'll probably break it. Right, XP lead for Dark Crow to start with here. Morgul's Mark, he really loves to play that. That's definitely a good ban against him if you do come up against him in a tournament situation, because he does like that. Right, Ficker's having the bridges for a while. So King Puff versus King Puff. Bridge switch. Bridge switch back. Didn't really achieve much though. Bye, Minixia. You can catch up on any of the matches that you missed or will miss on YouTube tomorrow if you wish. Right, the battle of the bridge switches. Generally, in a mirror match with King Puff, you don't want to bridge switch first because your opponent just switches it back and gets the longer stun. Since their stun started later. Let's see how that works out. Okay, switch to get away from the Caber. So we've got Dark Crow playing Zenchi and Stoutheart.
Red got the second perk.
Both very strong on their own, maybe discussed in together. Let's find out. Not the best chain. Oh, Blood Imp's getting punished there. And we've definitely seen in the past Dark Crow uses Blood Imps and sometimes overuses them. That could come into play at under 1000 HP left. Oh, the chain's going to be eaten up by the Blood Imps, so that's going to be a surprising lack of damage there. Did the Blood Imps die to the Jing coming back before the chain could hit them? It seemed like he didn't take much face damage at all from that. Okay, so we got the bonus at the bottom there of the perk 2 Spirit. Big long stun as well. Scotty doesn't want to take a hit. Okay, Scotty just survives before sitting down there. That's important. Right, this is XP level. Whoever gets the perk 3 and gets a good bridge switch first could be in a very strong position. But Dark Crow's Blood Imps are out. He's so low HP, he will never stop playing them. Okay, 282 HP left. Bit more face damage, 162 HP. Dark Crow, 112 HP left. Perk 3 for Ficus as well. He should be able to close this out, but let's see if he can do. He does have the chain lightning, that's 100 damage. Dark Crow's going to have to defend everything towards his face. Oh, that's a bit of a misplay from Ficus. He should have known the bridge switch was available. He totally wasted the Caber Tosser. Did he just completely choke this?
That tower looks pretty roughed up. Red is starting to feel the heat.
Ficus was in such a strong position. Goes for face, but he's going to lose this.
We have a winner, ladies and gentlemen.
I feel like that Caber Tosser was such a huge misplay from Ficus. You've got to be so aware of that bridge switch. That totally nullified that the Caber Tosser did basically nothing. 3-0. And it looked like Vickers was making a real game of it at the end there, but that misplay of the Caber Tosser into the bridge switch just lost him the game completely. 12 HP left, I think, was what Dark Crow had. But 12 is more than 0, so that means you can win with it. The maths checks out. Okay, Dark Crow's into the grand final. Semi-final number 2 is going to be... Let's see which order the players are in, just because I'm weird. Set versus Destroy. Who will meet Dark Crow in the grand final? Set versus Destroy. Right, semi-final number 2, best of 5 conquest rules. We have the bans in. We should be able to get this underway pretty quickly. Okay, let's have a look. Social sets on my first page there. Thank you very much. And social here. Destroy. Oh, goodness me. I found Destroy, then my page updated. Right, okay. Destroy. Right, nice. Let's have a look at their bans. Right, what do we have? Set banning Volko. That's a little bit of a surprise. Maybe a specific ban against Destroy. Herald Armoon. High Inquisitor Ardera. And the Red Golem. Okay, Volko and Red Golem are a little bit out of left field there. And then Destroy banning Apep. Bounce Breed Flingers. Ardera. And Beam of Doom. Okay, so we may get Tronvir in this grand final. No Tronvir bans. We've seen him banned. We've seen him played. No ban here, so we may get... Did I say grand final, semi-final? Interestingly, I mean, Beam of Doom is not really an out-of-left-field ban. It's a pretty staple removal spell in solos, especially with all the heavy stuff going on. Okay. Getting ready for our second semi-final here. Set against Destroy. I'm ready. We've got the bans. Hopefully they are ready. Chat's just seeing the end of the last match. Remember, we have a 3-minute delay here. Very close at the end there. Down to 12 HP, I think. Daggerfall was definitely coming as well. But that Caber Tosser immediately dying without getting any value just meant that he suddenly lost his first line of defense. He needed to basically just hold out to get his cycle for his damage spells out, but losing that Caber Tosser meant that he suddenly just had nothing on the field. Golly. And Dark Crow using those Blood Imps until the last moment. Okay, let's get into the second semi-final. Set versus Destroy.
Masters, prepare to get your minion on. Oh wait, that didn't come out right. Give me those viewers, Masters. Get dueling.
Don't know why people use this arena. I'm not a Set seems to use it a lot. I'm not a huge fan of it. It's much better than the old winter one, but still. Okay, Set, Tronvir, Slither, Destroy, Morelia, Zenshi, Increase the bands too much, there'll be no cards left.
Blue obtained the first perk. Red has obtained their first perk.
There's the big golem. Goes for the spirit on the golem as well. Okay. That's going to be a pretty dead golem. And that's... Still alive. Does it survive? Oh, it survives! Does it get on the bridge? Okay, at least it got on the bridge. It got something. Chain, keeping the pressure on face. Keeping the pressure on the top bridge as well with that frost rune. Set doing a good amount of face damage here. Got a Kinlap and a Kinlap from Wish. But of course, as well as doing this face damage, he's getting good XP. 71 versus 52 XP. That's a solid lead.
Red is starting to feel the heat.
Not much HP left to destroy.
Red obtained perk 2.
He needs to kill this Armoon, this Herald Armoon if he can. All the res is up, the shield's not in the aim bar. Oh, the Armoon survives. We saw in a previous game a 1 HP Armoon getting massive value. This one doesn't. Again, the chain. He knows he's very low HP, so putting that pressure on really keeps Destroy. He almost killed him there. There seemed like there wasn't really much there on his face, but he's at 70 HP. Can heal from the spellbook. Does have a heal puff as well, I think. It might have been Set. Actually, I think Set had the heal puff. Does he get a chance to heal? Spellbook's available. Okay, here comes the heal. But it's not. It was too slow. He delayed the heal. He delayed the cycle to the spellbook, which meant the chain was available. Right, Set takes the first game with the power of Slither. The Slither, just the Herald Armoon plus the rune, the wind rune from Tronvir, just basically destroyed that golem. That golem had growth burst, shroom, giant growth, and a spirit. It was huge. But it only got a toe on the bridge, and then it was over. Oof. Right. Game 2. Can Destroy start to fight back? The set did ban Herald Armoon, but Destroy did not. We saw the power of Herald Armoon. Tricky to play around, and it will. I mean, Herald Armoon is in a good spot at the moment with regards to the meta. You've got this heavy melee meta, round-based melee meta, and especially in this situation where no unholy ground is available due to the bug, then Herald can really just run supreme in the air against these big units. And we said there was similarities between Tronvir's stones and Diona. Like, if you think about that wind rune killing those 3 buzzers, like, immediately killed those buzzers, boom, instantly dead. Diona could have achieved the same thing, but it would have taken a lot longer. There was some counterplay. You could tank, whereas with that rune, no counterplay at all.
Welcome back to another exciting round of Minion Masters. Masters, get dueling.
Right, game 2. Set's 1-0 up in this best of 5. Diona for Set, playing the Dynasty skin. That's the rarest skin in the game, only available to tournament winners. You will see very few people playing that skin, because very few people have that skin. Right, Destroy playing Mordar. Going for the Sniper Mordar. Now we have Chain Lightning from Set. It's going to be good against the snipers. If they group up, as we mentioned earlier, Destroy needs to keep those snipers spread out if possible. They will be good against the Herald for sure, if he can keep them alive. Right, Stixie. Stixie's not great against medium-sized stuff because he takes such a long time to reload. Mordar desperately trying to stomp this. A lot of face damage coming out. Okay, he's tanking a lot here. Okay. Stixie's still alive at the top, right? Yep, there's the Stixie. He knows that there's a Chain Lightning from Set, so he needs to keep everything as far apart as possible. Tanking the traps there, nicely done. Bounty Sniper could help him get back in. Remember, he's behind on XP, so he has the shield on the Bounty Sniper, so it can't be removed with the chain. But he needs to be careful here. He can't tank too much here. Right, we're going to get a res here. Right. This is getting a little dodgy for Destroy.
Red obtained perk number 2.
He needs to get a critical mass of snipers, kind of outcycle the removal. Needs to pay attention to the traps. That's a great way of shutting down the snipers. Okay, see, this is going to be super painful. It's difficult to keep everything split enough to avoid the chain. Okay, gets an extra res there. Every little helps at this point. Ruffle's going... Oh, he's going face here. Trap on face. Remember, Trap does 50% face damage now, but destroys very low. There's no way of healing. With the combination of those traps and the Chain Lightning, I don't know if Destroy can hold on here. Well, that chain doesn't hit face, though. That was a misplay. But the Taunt Trap, 2 Taunt Traps. Like, how does he defend this? He's doing his best. The freeze doesn't affect the air units. But remember, Tronvir's freeze does, so that's kind of weird. Don't like that inconsistency there. 120 HP left. He's going to trap on face, do 20 damage, and then the chain's going to win the game. The trap might win the game. Okay. Okay, 2-0. I haven't seen a good Mordar sniper deck for a while. And I feel like when you go really deep into, like, there's just too many snipers and you just can't spread them out enough, and they all just die to a spell, and then it's kind of sad times. Right, good on him for trying though. Right, 2-0. This is the best of 5 semi-final. Set 2. Destroy nil. The sniper decks can be very, very strong if your opponent doesn't have a great counter for the snipers. And unfortunately, Chain Lightning is probably the most played spell in the game. And that really just shuts down not only the snipers, but also the tombstone. So that makes it really rough in this meta. But it's a fun deck. When it works, it works. It doesn't work too often. Okay, so game 3 we'll see Set can either close this out 3-0 and get into the grand final. BRB. Yep, respect for going off meta, but non-surprising result. Reminder that Dark Crow is awaiting the winner of this in the grand final. Is it going to be Set? Is it going to be a repeat of the last tournament's final? Dark Crow versus Set? Or does Destroy have something to say about it? Right. More delay for some reason. I don't think we had any Xbox players today. I think we're still awaiting our first Xbox tournament player. Because the way that the Friends platform works now in Minion Masters 2.0 is that there's cross-platform available. There's in-game friends list. It's not based on the Steam friend list or an Xbox friend list. It's BetaDwarf's in-game friends list. So you can play with friends on different platforms. Xbox and PC can play together. You can also set up lobbies for tournaments of the different platforms versus each other. But of course you have the argument of does Xbox, being a controller-based environment, does it have a disadvantage? Who knows? But it's there. And hopefully we'll get to try it out at some point. Right, don't forget to join the giveaway for today. We'll do that later, probably after the stream. Right, how long have we been waiting? Do we need to start yelling at people? Thanks, Mickey. James, I have no idea what you mean by that. That sounds like the opposite of what you're trying to say. Right. Here we go. Can Set close this out 3-0? Can Destroy fight back?
Welcome back to another exciting round of Minion Masters. Duel.
King Puff versus Thronvir. We got a Troubadour from Destroy. That's interesting. Yep, love me a good bourbon biscuit. Could eat the whole pack. Set looks like he's going with a similar, if not the same deck. But slithers with King Puff.
Blue has unlocked their
Right.
first perk.
Troubadour from Destroy plus Combustion. Destroy did ban Beam of Doom, did he? Could be because of this. The bridge switch, of course, splits everything up here. Those circles don't look in the right place. Those taunt circles. What's going on with that? Right, the Combustion doesn't kill the Armoon, but it will die after rezzing. Will it take anyone with it? Okay, the push is still on. Destroy doing some good face damage here. Ooh, Zip survives with 1 HP. That could be huge. Didn't look like it was charged up at all. Didn't see any highlights. Okay, Set healing for a little bit. Windrune helping keep the bridge at the top there for Destroy. That's going to take some more damage here. Dong. Remember that the gong, the dong, makes the poison apply immediately. So anything that's poisoned, fully poisoned, will immediately die.
What a show! Blue obtained perk 2.
Right, the gong keeping him alive a little bit longer there. Good XP for Destroy at the moment. Or is he going to lose the shield there? No, he doesn't. The shield survives on the aimbot. That could be potentially important. Let's see. No bridge switch available to split these apart this time. Bridge switch is coming in 4 seconds. This is likely to get switched away. Okay, Troubadour locked down for a little bit. Aimbot survives. Right. Troubadour, he knows the Combustion's ready, so if he puts units down to try to defend, the Combustion will be looking to do its business. Set's down to 200 HP. This looks like Destroy's going to fight back. Chain to try to keep alive. All that heal puff could be huge.
We have a winner!
What happened? I was looking at the other end. Holy crap. Set won that one somehow, right? Oh. I would check the replay, but I don't think you get replays with spectated games anymore. Another step back in 2.0. Okay, well, we can look at back in the VOD. Be up on YouTube tomorrow. See what happened. Let me know. Okay, so that means Set's into the grand final, where he'll play Dark Crow in a repeat of the last grand final. Whew. Well, that was quite the finish. Little known fact, you can close a box of bourbons once you've had enough. Impossible. You can, but the thing is you've never had enough, so that situation never arises. So in theory it could happen, but nobody's ever experienced it. Oh, let's have a look. We can watch it on the stream in the stream. Blood Imps on face. Blood Imps on Destroy's face. Tronvir attacks super slow, of course. But any other master would have probably been okay there. Taluk was in there as well. Taluk was okay. Woof. That was a thing. GG. Well, that was a thing. Right. Okay. Grand final time. Zip looked like it was going to take the win. Didn't get the hit off. Then he played the heel puff that looked like it was going to take the hit from Zip. That was a close one. But that was just an example of how Tronvir is terrible at defending against multiple units on his own face. You know, it's just a weakness, right? So he has auto attack strengths and auto attack weaknesses, and that was one of his weaknesses. Okay. Oh, I didn't stretch. Sorry, Hachi. I'll stretch now. This is a pointless feature. Thanks, Muffin. You are right, though. Oh! Try not to show anything that I shouldn't show. Right. Yeah, I fully missed it as well. My bad. We'll watch it back. Maybe we'll watch it back at the end of the stream, or you can check out the VOD. We could watch it now, but I was going to show it, but then when I opened my monitor to see it, it was like almost just basically happening. There was no time. There was no time! We'll check it out. Remind me at the end if we've got time. Right, Set against Dark Crow is our grand final. Best of 5 again. Conquest rules again. Right, let's start a prediction. The one true Scrat. Right, who will be champion? Set or Dark Crow? Right, predictions open. Probably. Should be at the top of the chat. If it's not, I don't know, refresh the page or something. Or maybe it's just not important enough to see it. Okay. Next. Bands. Okay. Right. So let's go through the ban. Set has banned Tronvir. And has also banned the Sapphire Pebble. We know how strong Darkrow is with that. Also banned Blue Golem. And also banned High Inquisitor Ardera. And in return, Darkrow has also banned Tronvir. No Tronvir in the grand final. Bounce Reflingers. Armoon. Herald Armoon. Oh, hold on. High Inquisitor Ardera and Herald Armoon. Right, so those should be our grand final bans. Tronvir banned by both players, so no Tronvir in the grand final. Ardera banned by both players, so that's not really a shock. We have the Blue Golem ban, stroke the Bounce Reflinger ban to try to ban the same thing, but kind of, well, affect the same thing, but affect it differently. Right, so that's what they can't play. The next thing to find out is what they will play. So let's set up our spectate. Hopefully we can find them in good time. Okay, Set's there. Nice. And Darkrow is... Oh, he's there. Let's go. Okay. Wait. Okay, Darkrow and Set. Nice. I just saw it somewhere, Muffin, in the activity feed, I think. Oh, that's frustrating, Destroy. Report it as a bug. So there's the issue with the mana bar that looks visual, but like there's definitely... It definitely doesn't always stop you spawning stuff. Had you used something just before it? Some people swear that it stops you spawning things, but I don't know. It definitely doesn't always stop you spawning things. I know there's a fix coming, but I'm not sure if it's addressing it just visually or... I know, we can have a look at it. I don't know if we can tell from your clicks. Okay, let's have a look. Okay, the Darkrow is favoured. More people voting on Set, but more channel points on Darkrow. What do we make of that? Which one do we go with? This Twitch apparently goes with the number of channel points. Okay, sounds like we are loading into our first match of the grand final! Set against Darkrow. Darkrow, the reigning champion. Set, the reigning runner-up. Okay, Set's playing Scrats, Diona, Reconator. We've got Darkrow trying to use the power of the shrimps on the dragon's nest. Let's see who comes out on top. So his idea here is to spin it around with the pincer so we can DPS it. Oh, that's beautiful. DPS it, pops it. Once you pop it, it's going to be frustrating here because it's going to kill most of these. But when Set's playing this strategy, if you can pop the Reconator on their side of the field, good times. Big freeze. Zeppelin's available. Here they come. You get 2 of them with the Scrat Swarm bonus when you've got 5 Scrats in your opponent's arena. So he's going to try and do some damage here. He's not going to do too much face damage. The Taunt Trap's not great at preventing Milloween from hitting it since she does that multi-target attack. But look at all these Scrats on face. Jing's there for a moment. And look, I think... Oh, Jing somehow dodged that. That could be huge. Jing somehow dodging that zip. Sorry, Hachi. I had to work up for it. When you're my age, you can't just stretch at will.
Blue obtained perk 2.
I mean, the mana bug with the UI, people say they have it. Like, you say you have it in matches. I have it on every single card I play. Like, you play a card and then your mana disappears for a click and then it comes back. I don't know if other people have a different experience, but to me it's just constant. This is a lot of damage coming out. Big XP lead for Set, and he's doing massive face damage. Jing trying to shut this down. It's not going to be enough, though. In comes the Scritillery. Set takes the first game. And that's the Scrap power. Really shutting down all of the shrimps. The problem with a deck that with like the Dragon's Nest is if you're defending, if stuff's on top of you, then it's very difficult to get value out of it. Right. Okay, so remember, Dark Crow, reigning champion, now a game down to Set. These two have played against each other many, many times on the ladder in tournament finals. So they'll know each other's games inside out. Dark Crow did get off to a good start in that game, shut down that first Reconator. But really, that was the heights of his success in that game. Just didn't have the AoE to clear the Scrats. The barrel Scrats were just able to survive through the Jing. I mean, Dark Crow did a great job keeping the Jing alive. It looked like the Jing was going to get zipped by the Zappinator. Or zapped by the Zippinator. But somehow it dodged it. Just in time, I think. Just juggled just in time. Okay, let's make sure we're not missing any. Okay, good. Remember, with the Conquest rules, it only restricts the Master. So, Set played Diona in that first game, won with Diona, which means he can't play Diona anymore. But he could switch that and play that deck with a different Master. We've definitely seen that in the past. And we've considered having rules to restrict things like that, but then it just gets kind of overly complicated. Right, game 2. Can Dark Crow fight back?
Masters, get ready. Give me those viewer spiders. Let's go.
Right, what do we have? Ratbo, surrounded by golden coins, against King Puff. Is that the base King Puff skin? Okay, let's see how he deals with Fergus. Somebody made a super good point the other day about Fergus. like normally with AoE units, right, their single target DPS is not great, but their multi-target DPS is very strong. You know, that's their AoE role, which makes sense. That's how you keep them in check. But Fergus is great single target DPS and then just disgusting. Like, I feel like he's just got too many positives. Right, Reconator, sorry, the Morgul's Mark, don't know where Reconator came from, cleared the pocket. Set's going to take some serious face damage here. Bridge switch available. Nice stun. Kind of an awkward bridge switch because it doesn't achieve too much. Like normally you want to bridge switch and take advantage of the stun, whereas there it was just kind of, he's just going to have to let it pass and tank the face damage. It does have a heal puff, but the Neverbat takes that out. Okay, that's a large golem. Like, is that a red golem? Or it's just a big, like it looks... That's a red golem, right? But it's so green that you can't really tell. That's what I mean, that the green from the giant growth is just too obnoxious. Like that monkey like that monkey's yellow. Why is he yellow? Like what are these colours? Is that because he's green and red? Did he get the giant growth and the rage? That's like... wild. Right, he's going to try and stun this for as long as he can. Okay, went for the Dagger but didn't get it. I mean, he got the Dagger, he just didn't get the target that he wanted. But this red golem... I'm still not 100% sure it's red, but I'm like 90% sure it's red. I mean, it's green, but I'm pretty sure it's red, you know? This is going to be difficult for him to deal with, though. He can't tank anything on face. That barrel scrap, getting that to tank there was huge. Remember, every time he spawns a minion, he's going to get a scrap from his tower. If it's a 5+ minion, he gets a barrel scrap, which takes 2 hits. So he did a great job defending that. That's not going to hit face at all. But XP has just been piling up for Dark Crow while that happens. He's going to bridge switch this as well. Get those night puffs to get that extra pressure. I keep not looking to see if it's a red golem. Like, I think it's a red golem, but it's like, I don't know. It's just so green that it's just triggering me a bit. Yeah, that curse is going to be helping out while it lingers around. 3% max HP damage. Goes for the rage on it. That's the rampage from his perk 2. Okay, Set dealing with this well, but the problem is he's just falling so far behind on XP, and now this is just going to be too much, I think, with these. The monkey's going to heal. Pushes on both lanes with the power. With the night puffs. It is a red golem. I saw it. Okay. Like, it's obviously a red golem there, but when it's blue, I mean, I don't know. I think I might just be colorblind. I don't know. Set's issue is that he has a lot of mid-range units that he doesn't want to tank into the red golem. So he's doing a good job generating the scraps from Ratbo's perks. But it's just more, like, he doesn't want to take a hit here. Oh my god! I feel like that wasn't necessary, but the XP lead is huge. This is going to be over. This is 1-1. There's no way. There's no way that Set wins this. Right? Okay, we're going to get a bridge switch here. Night Puffs just murder that Curse Bearer. Curse is no longer where it needs to be. Chain Lightning's just going to put pressure on face and kill a lot of that DPS. Morgrel's Mark as well. I think there's a proposed nerf to Morgrel's Mark, slowing it down. But yeah, this is going to be too much. Mana Frenzies, he's just going to out-cycle this. And Set's done a good job holding on, but 50 XP behind. It's unmanageable. The way his deck's set up, he's not going to get these huge dackers. Right, 1-1. He doesn't have the ability. We've seen it in the past where you drop the Scrat Horde, you drop the Flyby, and your dacker just nukes something. But he just did not have that ability. That kind of deck. Right. 1-1. Red Golem too strong. It was, listen, that Red Golem was so green. If I'm struggling with 10,000 hours in the game, imagine what a new player would struggle with. I don't know, maybe that's better, I don't know. I just think that the green is too green. It's the same with all the buffs. The red from the Rage, it's just too obnoxious. It doesn't need to be like that. In my opinion, you might disagree. That's how opinions work. Opinions are like arseholes. That game felt like Set had lost it like halfway through. He was doing a great job keeping that Red Golem off his face, but just hemorrhaging XP that whole time. He probably knew it. We could see it happening. But we definitely have a grand final on our hands now. 1-1. But he lost with Ratbo, so he could play Ratbo again if he wanted. But King Puff has been won with by Dark Crow, so no King Puff for Dark Crow now. He will have to switch up to something else. So Set banned the blue golem. And Dark Crow said, hold my beer. I've got the blue golem's bigger, scarier brother. Danger Zone, what's up? Haven't seen you for like 3 years. How are you doing? Right. Set's gonna have nightmares about that red golem. Okay, so 1-1, best of 5. The power of the red golem is multifaceted. You've got the fact that it will just destroy your tower if it gets to it. Any mid-range units it will also destroy. Of course it does have the weakness against Horde, flying units, but because it's so beefy, especially with the giant growth, it takes you a long time to kill it. And that time equals XP. And we could see that's exactly what happened in that game. Well, Mickey half agrees with me. Wow. They said it wouldn't possible. I just feel like the colours have been turned up to 11 for no reason. It feels like they could easily turn them down a little bit and it would just make everyone's enjoyment a lot better. Right! Game 3. 1-1, best of 5, grand final, Set versus Dark Crow.
And we're off.
Okay. Set's playing Dynasty Morelia. That's the tournament winner skin. Let's see what's Dark Crow's APEP. Ooh, going for... Gonna get the Cleaver out, the sacrifice. Let's see what the Cleaver can do. So he should be able to handle the Cleaver okay. He's going to have a lot of scrats. He's got the Spellbook as well to give him the skeletons. Okay, you could see Dark Crow was waiting to use the chain to clear whatever Set was going to play to deal with the Cleaver, but Set played it smartly. Right. Look at the range on that. Yeah, unfortunately, this is going to perish in the corner. This is going to be a scary looking push. Those Swarmers are going to have some decent DPS. Scrotillery deployed defensively. I'm fine, Deja Zone. Hopefully you're well too. Okay, again, the sacrifice. No way of shutting it down. But he should be able to handle this fine, right? He's got Scrats. He's got Jolo. But no, he didn't really get the value he wanted there. He knows the Chain Lightning's waiting in the wings. The same with the Daggerfall to clear all the little units. I think he's scared of the Chain Lightning here. But he could definitely have played that a lot better. There was 1 or 2 Cleaver hits that could definitely have been avoided there. Now he can heal from the Spellbook. There's a double heal. He's trying to shut down this Cleaver. He does. And we saw the last Cleaver was kind of disgusting, so it's important that he does that. Thanks for the sub, Deja Zone! We got any primers in the chat? Needs to be so careful, Set, with his placement, because he knows the chain. The Daggerfall's just trying to get stuff on his face. Having to use the skeletons from the Spellbook, not healing there, that could be dodgy. Morgul's Mark just being so powerful. Right. I mean, both players have taken a lot of damage. We know there's going to be Blood Imps over and over again. Like, he's shutting that down, but, you know, what are the costs of it? It's Scrotillery's 5 mana, right? 3 mana sacrifice, 1 mana Lone Wolf, so it kind of works... No, Lone Scout, sorry. Assuming there was nothing else on the field. So it kind of works out for Dark Crow, whichever way... Oh, goodness me. Okay, he's trying to tank this Caber Tosser, and he did a good job with that, because that Raged Caber is disgusting. Right, perk 3. Daggerfall clears so much. Daggerfall is great against all these Scrats. There's no way he holds this. Okay, Dark Crow back. 2-1. I don't know why I said that. Weird. 2-1. Right. 2 games to 1. Dark Crow coming back from a game down. 2-1 ahead. Within match points now. Oof. Wow, we had a happy viewer Well, Fish, happy to see a viewer, and Mickey half agreeing with me today. What is the day becoming? Yes, many memories. We're on Minion Masters 2.0 now. It's been a bit rough, but the rough edges are being smoothed, and we're getting to a better product. Closer to a better product every hotfix and patch. So if you want to try it again, you'll probably notice a lot has changed. Okay. 2-1. Well, you see, the thing is, Mickey, there's a bug where a lot of times fireballs are invisible. So, you know, maybe they're happening, maybe you're just not seeing them. This is best of 5, so if Set loses the next one, then Darkrow's going to be the champion back to back, maybe back to back to back. I can't remember who won the last one. Let's see. If Set can win it, then we'll go into a decider. Remember, with each win, another master is not available. We've seen a lot of Tromvir today. We've seen some Tromvir today. We've also seen Tromvir bans as well. Definitely in a strong position. Let's see what Set can do. I mean, he's run that Reckonator deck twice. Won once and lost once. Let's see what he can do. Let's see. That feels like a deck that can get countered. If that Reckonator gets shut down, then the power of the deck just kind of disappears. Waiting for the players. Awkward silence. Don't forget the video will be up on YouTube tomorrow, so if you haven't subscribed to my YouTube, do. Couldn't have said it better. I don't know, Bovine. I wonder what else was going on. Did you play APEP? APEP's perks tend to mess with things. Futures tend to mess with things. There's definitely a bug with Adventuring Party from APEP and Futures. Adventuring Party getting a buff, I think, in the next patch, where if you spawn them all together, they get shielded. I mean, that was the proposed change. Don't know whether it went through to live or not, but we'll see that coming up. That's a lot of fish hats. That is smooth, Mickey. They call me the Wizard of Oz. Hydrate. I think I've drunk everything. Got a little bit of Ribena left. What's Ribena? Ribena is heavenly. Hope there's no more hydrates. Right, here we go. Game 4. 2-1 Darkrow. Could be the final game.
Minion Masters!
Might not be. We don't know, but we'll find out together. Right, set. King Puff. Yahoon. Now, Darkrow's gone back to the accursed Milloween deck. We saw this Accursed deck earlier. It was struggling. 50 XP behind, hit Ascension. That was all she wrote. Let's see how this one works out. The Growth Burst buffed Yahoon. Curse, of course, is going to be great against that.
Blue has obtained their first bird. Red unlocked their first bird.
Oh, he tried to kill... I think he tried to stun it with the Jing. But the Jing got taken out. This is going to be some decent face damage here. Wargreal's Mark. I don't think it's going to be enough to kill in the pocket, but forces out the response. XP in Darkrow's favour to start with, though. Okay, gets those skellies generated on the Grasping Thorns. Zeppelin's coming in again. Putting the face pressure on. But they're going to live for a little bit here. Get some good hits off. The heal puff, you might have think that heal puff was just wasted there, but he used the heal puff to trigger the Jing. Get the Zenchi flow. Some good face damage coming out here. But Set knows that as soon as Ascension is reached, it's going to become a lot more difficult for him. Okay. Well, the Howling Moon, though, immediately shuts half of that Yahoon down. The Curse Bearer is going to do the rest of the job as well. So we saw an earlier Yahoon get massive value. This one's not really going to get too much value here. Okay, uses the Defenso to push the Wolf back. Units in Minion Masters have a weight. It's a hidden stat, and that's used when units are spawned on top of each other to push them, to decide who gets pushed. And if I remember correctly, Defenso Chopper has an absurdly high weight. You could see that pushing the wolf back off the face. Okay, so he's used the Howling Moon, which could be a mistake because he's not going to have it available. Why is Set burning copious mana? Okay, I don't know. Set doesn't have the best internet. I don't know if that's got something to do with it. Got 2 Sunders in his hand. Ascension's almost going to be reached. Okay, that's getting shut down heavily now. That Yahoon in the pocket. Okay, Ascension is reached. The Toll is going to generate those statues, the skeletons on face. Yahoon's going to die to the Curse. The first Yahoon was a nightmare. Any subsequent ones have just been destroyed. Right, here come the Skellies. How does he deal with this? Set needs to get stuff on the bridge as well, because he's nearly at perk 3. And we know how strong that could be. Right, he's going to get a good switch here. Got to do it now. Okay. Oh, he did it just too early! Oh, he did it just a second before he got perk 3. I've done that so many times. Oh, that could be massive. Missed all those night paths, which could have been very, very powerful. Would have definitely taken that top bridge with them. Right. Okay, it's not over yet, though. Jing's going to stun everything here. Watch. Okay. Jing. There's the power of the Jing. Shut down that whole push. Darkrow is healing all this time at the bottom there. Right, there's some night puffs. Okay, this Yahoon's living a bit longer than the previous ones. Was cursed, but still like 30% HP or something. Jing's going to survive here, come back for another stun. Jing is just disgusting in here. That's why we see I mean, we don't see Jing banned that much. We saw a few bans, but in general, Jing doesn't get banned. But he's so strong. Fishy, fishy, fishy. Again, Jing comes in with an extra stun. Look at that Yahoon just melting. Yahoon didn't take a step. Looks like Dark Crow's going to take this and be the champion again. He's hitting Mana Frenzy. Set fighting back, but can't see how he's going to hold on here. Defenso has a weight of 2,000. You compare that to something like Madrid or Yahoon or something, I think you'll be surprised. Okay, looks like Set is going to succumb. Defenso is overweight, yes. Or just dense. It's very dense. It's definitely a misplay from Set, switching just too early before perk 3, but I don't think it really changed anything. He's holding on, but Darkrow's going to be the champion again. I said some things weird. I said that weird as well. Okay. Darkrow is again the finalist. That's the wrong button. Let's press them all. Okay. Right. Darkrow is victorious. Okay, Madrid was a bad example. There's something, like, I'm sure the Defenso weighs way more than some weird things. Look. Defenso Chopper weight 2,000. Yahoon weight 2,000. That doesn't seem right. Okay. Darkrow has beaten Set again. The power of the Crow. Right. Let's see if we can get him on for an interview. Why shouldn't it be? Right, let's choose the outcome here. Darkrow. Okay, some people got some points. Some people didn't. Right. Right. Does the Swarmer Totem not split? Even if you put it right in the middle? Right, let's see if Darkrow is in the mood to do an interview. He is! GG. Hey, can you hear me and can I hear you?
Hello.
Yay! Hey, GG. Congratulations.
Hello, thank you.
So tell us, how was today's tournament for you? Anything out of the ordinary, or just another victory for the master that is Dark Crow?
Out of the ordinary, I have to say that, well, Set's Armon is getting better and better, and it feels very hard to counter.
Yeah, we know Armoon can be very powerful. And of course, today was the first tournament that we saw Tronvir in. How are you feeling about Tronvir? I know from things you said you feel like he's too strong currently.
I think it's pretty good. Actually, I have been using it a lot in random. I think it's very strong. It can do so many things with those different rune stones.
Mm-hmm. So if you think it is too strong, what would you suggest changing to it? 'Cause I know the fact you can just play the runes on your opponent's side is like really strong. Do you think that they should not allow that? Do you think that's one thing that makes him just too strong?
Well, I kind of don't want to kill it, you know. It's actually
Yeah.
quite fun to play with. You have different abilities, summoning those additional ranged units, while doing 200 damage on opponent field and the tone, and you can even push a unit of the bridge to capture bridge. It's so strong, so it's really hard for me to say how to balance it. Maybe, well, but I think the problem is with the perk 2. For perk, because every time when I play, I feel that for perk 1 is still okay, it's strong, but not too much.
Mm-hmm.
But when it comes to perk 2, your units are all buffed. That's the problem. You get 2 extra ranged units. You get the shield, and then you can freeze opponents. You can just, it's like a, oh, how to put it? It's like a Diona getting extra abilities.
Yeah. You're right though. When you can use the runes to push things around, I do like that because that's like kind of a skill expression, right? That's something that a lot of people won't necessarily use the stones for. So something like that we definitely want to keep. I think if you want to keep the ability to use the runes on the opponent's side of things, then maybe you just need to reduce their strength a little bit. I think the wind rune does too much damage. And
200 is a lot.
yeah, and you really just can't avoid it. If you think like Diona's traps, how it takes time for those traps to do damage, you can play units to tank that damage. Whereas against the runestone, it's just instant, and there's almost nothing you can do.
It's instant 200 damage, AOE. I know the field is, I know that the radius is not very big, but still, say if you are playing things like leaders, you are putting down lancers with other units to do the counter, or you are well, what's worse, if you are playing like what we saw earlier, the flying units or the ranged units, and then just
so
a
much
2 mana to kill it. It's the deciding point for the match, basically.
Yeah, and the other thing with the Frost rune, I don't know, it seems to have such a massive radius of how much it freezes, and I find it strange that it freezes air units as well. Like nothing else frozen-wise
Not only air units, not only air units, even buildings.
Freezes buildings, okay, and it also freezes the units it's on as well, which is like if you play the runic empowerment on it, it's, I don't know. I don't like the way the freeze is different to all the other freezes in the game. It just makes it kind of difficult to understand.
And hard to counter as well.
Yeah, if you can't use air units to counter it, like what are you supposed to do? So, I mean, maybe if they change that, that would just reduce the power of it a little bit. Like reduce the size of the freeze, reduce it freezing buildings and air units, and then that won't be quite so egregious.
Definitely, that will feel healthier.
So we'll see how that works out. I know the devs kind of keep saying that from their stats, he doesn't seem OP. Do you think it's a case that it's a master that requires a little bit of thinking to get the good use out of it? So it's kind of like a Setsu where it's weak at lower levels but very strong in the hands of good players.
I think right now it's very hard to say with the current player base. So it is a master that you need to take time into building its deck to exploit its ability. Out of it, you need to play in the right time, and actually it's quite similar to Diona. You need to figure out a way to use your ability as soon as possible to get a fast cycle of his abilities. So I think it's just that players may still need time to understand and play well.
Yeah, I mean, with a new master, it takes a while for people to understand how to play it. It takes a while for people to understand how to play against it, and you need those things to happen before you can get a really good idea of how strong it is.
Yeah, just like R3. At first, when it first came out, nobody played it at all.
Yeah. And now people are saying how strong it is, and remember, he even got a nerf a little while ago, and when he came out, I was surprised to see that the ancestors were ranged units, because all along in the PTRs and the testing, they were always melee units, and changing them to range, I think, was actually quite a substantial buff that we weren't really expecting.
Yeah, 200 health range unit, and at perk 2 you can basically get 4 of that.
Yep.
With 2 mana.
Yep. And we saw how powerful that perk 3 could be, I think, in one of your games, where you just basically threw the word stone straight on, was it WESTLIN's face? I'm not sure, but it just closed the game out immediately.
Yeah.
It's just such a huge power spike. And then if you survive that, then you've got the next kind of perk 3 power spike with the next ground minion with all the buffs that it has as well. But it was definitely interesting to see Tromvir in a tournament for the first time. Definitely got banned quite a lot. So people really appreciating how strong he is. But we saw some good Tromvir wins, but also some Tromvir losses. So it's not an easy just play Tromvir and win. You need to have a good matchup. You need to have a good deck.
Well, to give my 5 cents,
yeah, sure.
I think its only weakness is its attack. It's very slow, and it's also it's very strong against single units. But if you are forced to play against like reds, it's very difficult. But then you will find that smart players like sets, they will bring something like explosion to help with that.
Yeah, for sure.
So it is really strong if you can have the right deck.
I don't know if you saw the match between Set and Destroy, where it looked like Destroy was going to win, but up the other end of the field, he had a few red blood imps on his face and a Talak, I think, and of course, Tromvir is just terrible at defending against that, and it looked for all the world that Set was going to win it, but Tromvir just couldn't defend himself against those few small units. So it's definitely something that you've got to take into account. It's very similar to if you play Volker. You need to think, oh, my master can't hit air. I've got to make sure that I've got units that can deal with it.
Those are the hilarious moments, actually.
Yeah, we've all taken like massive damage as Volko, or done it the other way to like a single prop scrat or something. But that's just part of building a deck for that master, right? You've got to take into account their strengths and weaknesses.
Yeah, but still, we all know those special masters with particular weaknesses, like Revenger and Vocal. But still, I think the new master's weakness is easier to cover than those two.
Yeah, ground units. think you're right.
And the stronger too with his abilities, if I have to say.
So how are you feeling about the meta overall? We talk about the solo meta. We know we see a lot of Zenshi, a lot of Stout Hearts, maybe both of them together. We saw you playing that. Is that the meta you're experiencing on the ladder? And is this kind of a meta that you enjoy or not?
It's okay. I just adapt myself to the game. After playing for so long, I can I can just adapt myself to the new version.
Yeah.
And I think, as I mentioned in Discord, Discord and PTR, well, I've been talking about it for many times. Don't just look at the meta, because the meta is always changing, and if you nerf something, another thing will become the meta. And if we do want variety in this game, it's more about, and sometimes we do need to consider more about the reasons why those things become meta.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes it's just that their counters are heavily nerfed, and then they suddenly become meta, because actually you can see that many units have been the same, but they were never meta back in 2 years ago. So I think we need to put more thought into the reasons behind, instead of, well, just looking at the usage and the win rates and then nerf it. It will not really change. It's not really, well, how to put it? It will not really solve the root cause here.
Just trying to think of other things I'm seeing in the meta. How are you feeling about the growth burst shrooms now they got the 20% nerf? Do you think that's enough, or do you think it's still too easy to get that 20%?
From my point of view, well, I think it's still easy to get that 20%, but according to my experience in ladder and in tournaments, well, the units are worse than before, to be honest. Like Jakun, you need to, well, how to say, you need to put more thoughts. You need to play it better. Otherwise, even how to say, your buff, the Jakun can also melt.
Yeah, we saw that when you had the it doesn't really change anything with the nerf, but when you had the Curse Bearer, when you had the Howling Moon, the Yahoon just got destroyed. But yeah, I mean, that 5% reduction in giant growth on those big units, you really start to feel it there.
Yeah, and actually in the Swiss round, Seth also won my Jahoon with Arcane and Armon.
Yep. One of the things that we should probably talk about is the devs launched that survey to see what people thought about the current the current bridge rules. Remember, a year or so ago, we had the changes where we went from removing collision and playing units on bridges. And that, I think we can all agree, really changed the meta, where it really nerfed control decks, and these big heavy decks, aggro decks, became stronger. How are you feeling about that? I mean, it's good that they're asking people's opinion. I was wondering, what's your opinion? Are you happy with how it is? Do you want it to go back to how it was before? Or have you got ideas for something maybe different?
I'm fine with both options, actually. Because the most important thing is that the meta has changed quite a lot. You can see a lot of bigger units around. And how to put it, even with backcap, the game itself will not change too much. You can just use some thing like Walking Blind Days. You can use some spells like Mogul's Mark, Unholy Ground to steal the bridge. You actually still even after you capture the bridge with some small units with some backup, you still, if it's a big unit, you still need to answer, get more answer for it, right? You can,
Yeah,
your
of
small
course.
unit cannot just kill it. It actually won't change much actually. But if that can bring more people, more players back, I'm happy for it. And
Yeah, I mean,
another thing that
yeah.
I feel annoying is the change of the map. Not only the map was a little twisted, the
Hmm.
many things feels some of the things, some of the units feel smaller, but the bridge, but the bridges feel bigger, larger.
Hmm.
So it's very hard. It's not it's harder for you to deal. To you like say it's harder for you to use your ranged unit against Scratch launcher, which Nazo pointed out in Discord. So I think that's something that's more annoying actually. The map
One
changes a lot.
Yeah, but I don't know if it's a map change or a placement change because I know they changed the placement of some buildings. So with the Scrat launcher, you can't play it as far forward as you used to. So I wonder if that's the change rather than the arena changing at all.
Yeah,
Because
and
I did
some
do a
of some
comparison. I did a comparison between the old arena and the new one, and it does look very similar. You are right; it does look a little bit twisted. But the size looks about the same. But yeah, there's some weird things like a Kinlap looks tiny now, right?
yeah
Like I don't know how that
yeah
happens.
making it harder to counter actually because it's smaller now.
It's strange. Like why does like one unit suddenly get a lot smaller, but other things generally don't? It's I don't know if that's a bug or if that was a design change or what. But yeah, kind of strange. Show Me the Money says, how much fun do you currently have with the game?
Well,
That's not a good start.
less fun I have to admit because it's sad, but it's sad. But you see, you also know that many good players left the game.
Hmm.
It's so sad. I
Yeah.
can't. I feel like I'm having less and less quality games in later just same players. I cannot. Well, even after many players left, I earlier still got a lot of matches against JF, against Cats, against Mephisto,
Yeah.
Visu, but now they don't play as much or don't play at all, so I don't have many quality games
Yeah.
for my practice. Yeah.
I mean, that's when you're new to the game, all you want to do is win. But when you get to a stage where, winning, you've won so much that it's more about having that challenge against these top players. And that's even if you lose, it's you get some enjoyment out of having those top games. So how do we get these players back, do you think?
Wow, that's a big question.
If
If
you
only I knew.
hopefully you've got a good answer.
Yeah,
Uh,
maybe more PR thing, maybe more conversation with them from devs, from developers.
yeah.
Maybe we can maybe we can more active and maybe we can reach out to them.
But the thing is, a
I
lot of
don't know.
people a lot of people stopped playing when 2.0 came out. So I don't think the reason of is, it's always nice to be listened to by the devs, but I don't think that was the catalyst that stopped a lot of people playing. It was, I think a lot of people didn't like the change. When 2.0 launched, there was so many problems. We're in a much better state now, which is good. Not perfect, of course. We can always get better. So my hope is that a few hot fixes or patches down the line, we're going to get back to, almost where we were before, and then hopefully at some point mobile comes out, the popularity of the game increases, and then maybe that will encourage the older players or the people that have taken some time away from the game while it was frustrating. Hopefully that'll give them a chance to come back. Fingers crossed.
Yeah, exactly. And well, to be honest, for for every for every game, like it or not, the only thing that does not change is change itself,
Yep, that's
right?
right.
Uh, so Bugging. Well, the bugs are another different story. But for changes, yeah, it's actually a signal that's the developers are still working on it, are still trying to get the game better. The
Mhm.
result may not say so, but still, well, I think it will change. The game is always changing. New cars, new meta. It's the same in every other car games.
Yeah, but I think it's important to have that constant change to keep things interesting, right? So,
Yeah,
I see people complain about so many balance changes every month, and I can understand that. For somebody that doesn't play a lot, it's so difficult to keep up to date with all the changes. But I'm not really familiar with how other games do it. If Minion Masters has more balances than you would expect other games to have, but to me, it's just normal. Um,
yeah.
but I can understand why people find that frustrating. Everything changing so much.
With that said, actually, I hope that the developers will nerf things in smaller steps
Hmm.
because, well, as a player myself, I have to say some players do only play some things they like,
Yeah,
right? And we don't when we do the nerf, I think we need to be more careful with it. Firstly, nerf things in smaller steps so that will not kill the stuff right away.
yeah,
Secondly, as I mentioned, some units become meta not because they're OP. Actually, sometimes it's just that people are using it to counter another meta,
hmm,
and sometimes it's just that their counters have been heavily nerfed. So there are actually more than one way to balance things. Maybe we can just buff their counters without
yeah.
nerfing something to death.
That's always the argument. You can either make the stronger things weaker or the weaker things stronger. And obviously, it's if there's just a few strong things, it's easier just to nerf those. But it's kind of more interesting to buff the other things, right? To make everything more of a power level. And from a player, it's always better when the meta has lots of different things you can play, rather than every deck almost being half a copy at least of all the other decks.
Yeah, I understood that the developers are very, how to say, are very careful with buffing things because they are worried about things like power creep. But believe me, we're far from that.
Hmm. The other thing is sometimes things get buffed if they're not played very much, but sometimes things are strong enough. They're just not played because people don't enjoy them, or they're just not, you know, in the meta, and then they get buffed and they're just disgustingly OP.
Yeah,
They
or
just
they
kind of
just
went,
are not creative enough. And well, again, we only have so many players in the game now.
yeah,
So, yeah, so it's very hard to say the meta thing is really the OP thing there, right?
yeah. One thing that's a little bit frustrating, and I think this is just the case because the devs are so busy with fixing the problems behind the scenes, that when it comes to balancing things, like there's lots of different ways you can achieve something, but there's always an easy way to do it. Like just change a number of a unit, whereas there might be a better way to balance things. Like for example, with the growth burst shrooms, maybe changing some way about how they work. Um, could end up with a better result, but just quick and dirty changing the percentage is just an easy way to achieve that. Where I'm basically what I'm saying is if they had more time to balance things, then maybe they could come up with better longer term solutions. A lot of these changes feel like just like, oh god, this is out of control, just nerf it, and we'll think of something in the future. Just for example, like if you think about Thelic has kind of needed something for a long time, and also Setsu. We feel like Setsu needs some kind of rework, but that's just never come about. And I
Yeah.
just wish they had a bit more time to try these things out and to try different things with Setsu, and just as an example. Whereas
Setsu is quite strong.
yeah, it feels like at the moment the balance is just like, let's just deal with the things that are the worst case, the things that are just completely broken and that everyone's playing it. The thing that I think that keeps Setsu off the radar a little bit is like so many people are bad with Setsu that she's not going to have a super high win rate. Whereas players like you that play Setsu are going to just be disgusting with it. So I think that's kind of keeps her off the radar a little bit. But that makes it difficult because if they nerf her, then she's just going to be dead amongst newer players. So
yeah,
like that makes you. It makes you wonder if it's nice to have these kind of skilled masters, but it just makes them really difficult to balance.
Yeah, and well, from my point of view, well, you can see many. You can argue that actually there are many overpowered masters there, which is very weird. Which makes it kind of balance in a way. Like in random, you can see APAP, you can see Morelia, Setsu, King Path, and the new master. Of course, they're all very strong. So at some point, it's very hard to say whether we really do have the urgent need to nerf a certain master.
Yeah.
Instead, I would recommend buffing the weak masters.
Yeah, that definitely makes sense. And the thing with Setsu is she might not need a nerf, she just might need a rebalance, because that permanent stun that you can just keep going, it just feels so bad to play against it when you just like sometimes you just have nothing you can do against it and it just gets so much value. So I feel like, this has been discussed many times, but I feel like not necessarily nerfing that but just rebalancing it so it's stronger in a different way.
Yeah,
and that's just what that's trying to, if you remove that perma stun, that long range like AoE stun, like how do you make up for that power somewhere else? That's that's very difficult to do.
Yeah, you can say that.
But my hope is that once we get most of the bugs fixed, because my frustration at the moment is we have quite a lot of gameplay bugs. I think I mentioned this earlier, but because there's a lot of critical program bugs, then a lot of the gameplay bugs are not getting addressed quickly. We've had a lot of things like the Prowler bug, the Musketeer bug. They've been in the game for a long time, and there's quite a lot of them. Not really critical bugs, but enough bugs that are annoying. So I'm looking forward to them getting through the worst of the program bugs. Then they can start fixing the majority of the gameplay bugs, and I'm sure we'll get some gameplay bugs fixed in the next proper patch. And then they can start putting more time into balancing things, and also we've got these proposed alternative master perks coming up, which is not a confirmed feature, but it's something they're working on. But are you aware of that? Are you excited about that? Is that something you're looking forward to?
Well, yes and no. Well, actually, yes, you're right. The priority is always fixing the bugs and actually improving the graphics, because those are the things that will drive players away. If we want to retain players, I do hope that there are fewer bugs and the images can improve. And I do hope that we can get more players from the mobile game. But still, I think we also need to prepare ourselves when the mobile game come out. There may be other bugs. So, I think from my point of view, in the next few months, it will always be a fight against the bug.
Yeah, well, hopefully when they fix the bugs in the PC version, then hopefully they'll also fix them in the mobile, but maybe that's asking too much.
Yeah.
But it's when 2.0 launched, it was really rough. It's slowly gotten better, and I think the game's in an okay state now. I still see people complaining about disconnecting quite a lot and crashing and stuff like that, and that definitely needs to be fixed as soon as possible. Like that's the most important thing.
Then need to be looked into actually. And I do hope that's right. Well, as a matter of fact, not every player, especially casual players, join the Minion Master Discord.
Yeah.
So it actually, not every player can submit their player log.
Yeah.
I hope that there is a function.
If the bug report in game work, they could. Like, they really need to fix that. That's another priority.
Yeah, I hope that they can just submit their player log in game.
Yeah,
it will be much easier.
I think that's what the bug report does when it works. That's how it used to work. And then it used to break because the player log got too big. And then I don't know why it's broken, but yeah, they really need to bring that back because, you know, it's really important that the devs know what is broken. Yeah. And the replays and the log files and stuff like that are crucial. And so having a feature in the game that allows the players to send that directly to them with a click of a button, you know, that just seems like it's got to be a priority to get that fixed.
Yeah, exactly. Otherwise, there is no way for the developers to pinpoint the problem.
Like, you think of the people that go out of their way to report the issue on Discord or Steam. Like, how many other people have had the problem, but they just couldn't be bothered to report it? And that's kind of the worrying thing. So hopefully these things will get fixed. I really do hope the bug report gets fixed. It's kind of been a bit of a joke about that because, you know, that was always broken in the old version of the game as well for what felt like years. And it's such a crucial part of it. It's, you know, it's like, how imagine you played the game for the first time, you had a bug, you went to report it, the bug report didn't work. Like, just think of how would that make you feel about the game? It's just
many players will just lose their faith. But still, I hope that players do not rush to give the game a negative review.
Yeah, I know. I mean, there's been a lot of negativity. I try to keep it as positive as possible. I get frustrated at times for sure, but you know, I speak to the devs a lot. I can see how hard they are working behind the scenes, and you know, the game is much better now than it was when 2.0 launched. And going forward, hopefully every hotfix, every patch will crush more and more of these bugs, and we'll get back to where we were, at least where we were before, and then we can look to the future. One last thing. Yeah, okay, go ahead.
So sorry.
No, it's
apart from bugs, actually, as one of the translation team, I have to say that I know that Netflix dropped the ball, and there were a lot of mistranslations in the cars if you are playing in those in other language versions. There are a lot of mistranslation, and some are really ridiculous. So don't worry, we're working on it.
That's good to hear. One thing that I was a bit disappointed about was the fact they dropped some language support with the latest patch, and they didn't really say anything about why they were doing that. So, you know, that must be really frustrating if you're used to playing a game in your language and then you boot it up and that language is no longer supported. That was kind of frustrating. I don't know exactly why that was, and you know, I would prefer if they, rather than just at the bottom of the patch notes, they go, oh yeah, by the way, we're dropping these 5 languages. They would actually, you know, at least give you an idea of why they're doing it.
Many players do need those language support.
So, you know, maybe one day we'll find out more about that. Yeah, so the last thing I was going to say is, one thing I'm excited about with the new hotfix that hopefully should be dropping on Monday is that draft is going back to normal draft, not this faction draft that we had. And I was just wondering,
it's a long deal.
Yeah, I was wondering if do you play much draft? Is that something that you're excited about?
I used to play a lot of draft in 1.0, but the new draft is very ridiculous.
Yeah,
it's more about luck.
Yeah, it's just like you can't get away from the faction decks on ladder by playing draft anymore. It's almost like it's ladder 2.0. But yeah, I'm excited to see what the new draft is like. No restrictions. Like the joy of draft was just getting a deck full of just nonsense and making it work.
Yeah.
Whereas that's not really possible anymore. Well, it will be. So let's see. It kind of frustrates me a bit because all the feedback we gave the devs when they suggested this was like, this is a bad idea, but they went ahead with it anyway. But you know, sometimes you've just got to try things. But
Yeah, but still,
I feel like on
I
paper,
think
it's kind of obvious that it was a bad idea, right?
yeah, sometimes it's just obvious.
But who knows? But anyway, we got proper draft back, so hopefully that'll be fun. Because you know, I know some people like primarily or just completely play draft. They don't play anything else. So
Yeah.
you know, when you change draft a lot, for like those players, you're almost, if they don't like the change, then that's like almost the game dead for them. So hopefully this change will bring some of those players back.
I just want to say to the developers, come on, you have killed Mayhem already. Don't kill Draft.
Yeah, we need reasons for people to stick around and play the game. So hopefully this will be a good step forward. Anyway, yeah, we've had a good chat. Anything you want to say about today's event? Did it go kind of how you expected it? Who was your hardest opponent? We know you played Set in the final. You've played him in many finals before. Do you always feel confident when you play against Set?
Not really. Set is very talented. As a matter of fact, he does not play much at all. You hardly see him in ladder. Yeah, and then every tournament he will just prepare for a few hours right before the tournament, and then he can suddenly get very strong. So I don't know how to pick that. I don't. If I were him, if I stopped playing for a while, I will feel kind of rusty.
Yeah. So you think if he started playing more regularly, he'd be even better?
Exactly.
Yeah, because you're right. We don't see him on the ladder very much. But yeah, maybe we'll try to encourage him to play more. Maybe he's got other things to do. Who knows? Anyway, yeah, we've had a good long chat. So always good to talk to you.
Yeah, nice talking with you.
Fingers crossed the future of Minion Masters is positive. I know there's a lot of frustration out there, but it's definitely getting better. And hopefully every patch is a step forward. Anyway, congratulations. And enjoy the rest of your night, I guess, or early morning, or whatever it is.
3 a.m.
Okay, congratulations.
So thank you and good day.
No problem. Take care, my friend.
Yeah, see you.
Right. Okay, that was great to have a chat with Dark Crow. Kind of went off into the reads a little bit, but always good to have a discussion. Lots of things on people's minds with Minion Masters. Balance, of course, bugs, stuff changing. So it's always good to get people's opinion. But remember, you know, everyone has their own opinions. Things were, you know, some people hate some things, some people like it. You know, I'm sure there's some people that like the draft changes, right? Right, so let's. Should we do the giveaway now? Is anyone in a rush to leave? Is anyone still here? Let's just do the giveaway quickly now, because otherwise then I have to do it after the stream, and I'm probably won't forget, but there's a chance that I will. So let's do that now. Okay, just a clarification regarding the dropped languages. It may be a case that the languages we have now are the same as the languages we had for 1.0, but there was like some additional languages added for 2.0, but they weren't able to be supported. So like those extra languages got reduced. So we might still be at the same languages as we were for 1.0. I'm not sure. So apologies if I misspoke there. But I feel like that's an example of when they just put those things in the patch notes, all people see is dropped languages bad. you know, there's more behind the scenes. There's more clarification there. Right. So let's do this giveaway quickly. And then we'll find someone to raid, and then we'll peace out. Don't forget that the VOD will be up on YouTube tomorrow. So if you want to switch through that and check out some matches you missed, I'll put timestamps in it so you can jump to each of the matches. All that good stuff. Right. Let's do some giveaways. Let's see if we've got some codes here. Codes. Right, okay, let's just do a few of these, and then we can tick that off of our to-do list. Okay, I fly! Congratulations. I mean, yes, chef. But I'll show it, like, on the website, not on my wall. Like, do we... Oh, yeah, we do have a subfish, right? We made that chef one for you. Is that the one? Yeah. Yeah, we could do that. If I can find it. Yeah, okay. Yeah, right, okay. iFly, congratulations. You've won something. Right. iFly. EX. People might not be here. They entered earlier and then dipped. That's fine. Do those quickly, and then we'll go and raid someone. Right, hopefully you guys enjoyed today's event. It's a bit rough with the events at the moment. Less people entering. We still had some good games. Always good to see. Right. Zika! Don't worry, I'll be out of your hair soon. Enjoy your fishless evening. Right, I'll whisper these prizes on Twitch, probably. Jensmeister 69. You've won a thing. Enjoy your thing. Right, Big Dwarf Pack has stuff for Minion Masters in it. Hachiru! Ooh. A language. Booty. Right, if anyone redeemed free dwarf packs with their channel points, we'll do those at some point. Right, you can get in now if you haven't entered. Sinobii, thanks as always for crushing it behind the scenes. Couldn't do it without you. Hatchy, no! Bad Hatchy. Deja, good to see you. Hopefully we can run into each other again. We got a 3-minute delay on the stream today for the tournament, so it's kind of weird talking back and forth with that delay. Right, Coptus Original. Congratulations. Right, anyone that's got any further business? Chef wants to see his subfish. We can do that. Maybe one day we'll bring back the subfish. Such a pain making them all. Right, are you still here, Chef? I'm going to do your subfish now. They're all available at baddestfish80.com, assuming the website hasn't gone down. Looks positive. Yeah, a lot of these need updating. Right. Chef. Oops, it's the wrong button. Chef Kush. Right. Thanks for being here. We're going to find some to raid. See if anyone's playing minions. Uncle's going to come back and dominate the tournament scene. Such a Minion Masters legend. Okay. Right, let's think about this. So you're going to see this in 3 minutes. Okay, that's fine. Okay, we're going to set up our raid here. Shut up. That's a mistake. Just chill. Get our raid message. It's Miguel's affiliate anniversary. So let's go see him. Thanks for being here, guys. Appreciate you hanging out with me. As you can see, we had basically an entire tournament without any crashes. You know, we didn't really have any bugs affecting gameplay. You know, if you read the Steam forums, people would make you think that the game is just unplayable, but in my experience, it is not. And you know, we basically showed it. Okay, so with our 3-minute delay, just gotta wait to see myself waving in 3 minutes. If you do miss the end of the wave, then if you check out the VOD on YouTube, you get to see the full wave. Because, you know, sometimes the end of the wave gets cut off with the raid. But the full wave, and that's really all you're here for, right? The awkward wave. Look out for the hotfix on Monday. Fingers crossed. Remember, you're going to have the free Battle Pass tiers in the shop to help you get through the Battle Pass quicker. I'm here. Okay, I see Chef Subfish there. Okay, I think we're nearly ready to go. Let's full screen the awkward wave. Thanks for being here, guys. Appreciate you. Let's go raiding. Nice timing, Neo. Your wife loves it. Nice. What about the subfish? Did I start the raid? Yes. I could press a button to make the raid immediate, but I like to sit here awkwardly for the longest time possible for no apparent reason. There we go! The raid is out. Appreciate you guys being here. If you got left behind, I don't know. You can click this link though, it'll take you. Fish signing out.